The House on the Borderlands, a complete audiobook narrative. Introduction. The Curtains of the Impossible. There are places in this world that exist at the very edge of human understanding, dwellings that stand not merely upon soil and stone, but upon the borderlands between what we know and what we dare not imagine. This is the story of one such place, discovered in the ruins of a forgotten civilization in the west of Ireland, in that strange and desolate country where the earth scarcely covers the rock beneath, and where ancient memories seem to rise from the soil like mist from morning ground. The manuscript you are about to hear was found in the year 1877, buried among the stones of a ruin that hung suspended over an abyss, a fragment of wall that was all that remained of some prodigious structure, perched on a spur of rock that jutted 50 or 60 feet over a chasm from which rose the thunder of falling water and the shroud of eternal spray. Two men, Tonneson and Beregnog, discovered it while fishing in an unnamed river, in a village so remote that it appeared on no map, in a region so bleak that even the guidebooks had forgotten its existence. What they found was a small book, thick and damp, filled with close handwriting in a style long out of fashion. The pages smelled of ancient water, of time itself, and of something else, something that suggested these words had been written in a place where the ordinary laws of existence had grown thin, where the curtains of the impossible had been drawn aside to reveal vistas that no human eye was meant to witness. The story within these pages is not merely a tale of horror, though horror there is in abundance. It is not simply a ghost story, though ghosts walk through its corridors. It is, at its deepest level, a meditation on time, on love, on the nature of consciousness, and on the terrible grandeur of a universe that cares nothing for human concerns. It is the account of a man who lived in a house that existed simultaneously in multiple dimensions of reality, a house that was, in some inexplicable way, connected to a vast arena in some distant plane of existence, surrounded by mountains upon which sat the ancient gods of mythology, watching through eternal silences. The narrator of this manuscript was a recluse, an old man who lived with only his sister and his dog for company, in a house that the local peasantry believed to be mad or cursed or both. He was not a superstitious man, he insists upon this repeatedly, and yet he could not deny the things he saw, the things he experienced, the cosmic vistas that opened before him as he sat in his study, reading by candlelight, while the world he knew dissolved into strangeness. What follows is his account, rendered here in spoken form, preserving as much as possible the abrupt, urgent quality of his original telling. For in reading this manuscript, one does not merely learn what happened to this man, one experiences, however dimly, the same lifting of veils, the same expansion of consciousness, the same terrifying glimpse of what lies beyond the borders of our small and comfortable world. Listen then with attention, for the house about which you will hear still stands in some form, in some dimension, and the forces that gathered around it have not dissipated with the passing of years. The borderland remains, the abyss still waits, and somewhere in the silence between heartbeats, the ancient gods still watch. Chapter 1. The Finding of the Manuscript. The story begins, as so many strange stories do, with a journey into remoteness. Two friends, bound together by the common pursuit of fish and solitude, found themselves in a tiny hamlet called XIII, situated alone at the base of a low hill in the west of Ireland. Around them spread a waste of bleak and totally inhospitable country, where here and there, at great intervals, one might come upon the ruins of some long, desolate cottage, unthatched and stark against the gray sky. Tennyson had discovered this place the year before during a walking tour and had been struck by the possibilities for angling in a small river that ran past the outskirts of the village. So it was that he and his companion, Beregnog, arranged to spend their vacation there, camping in a tent rather than taking lodgings in the primitive cottages where families slept in one corner and pigs in the other, while overhead roosting fowls distributed their blessings impartially, and peat smoke filled the air until it made a man sneeze his head off merely to put it inside the doorway. They arrived in good weather, established their camp, and spent several days in happy pursuit of fish, presenting their surplus catch to the villagers who watched their activities with silent curiosity. The inhabitants spoke no English, living and dying in their isolated hamlet without ever coming in contact with the outside world, and the two anglers had no means of communicating with them beyond smiles and nods. It was on a Sunday, a week after their arrival, that they made the discovery that would haunt them for the rest of their lives. They had walked downstream instead of up, following the river through increasingly wild country, until suddenly, without any warning whatsoever, the river came to an abrupt end, vanishing into the earth. They stood amazed, staring at the place where the water disappeared, and then pressed forward, climbing over boulder-strewn banks, pushing through matted bushes and overhanging trees, until they emerged upon a sight that filled them with wonder and unease. Before them yawned a tremendous chasm, a circular pit, from the depths of which rose a continuous mist-like spray, catching the sunlight and creating innumerable rainbows. The noise was immense, a droning roar that seemed to come from far away, and as they stood at the edge, looking down through boiling spray at a monster cataract of frothing water bursting from the side of the chasm nearly 100 feet below, they felt the first touch of that awe that accompanies encounters with the truly sublime. But it was not the chasm alone that held their attention. Across from them, perched almost at the extreme end of a huge spur of rock that jutted out over the abyss, they saw something that should not be there, a fragment of ruin, a portion of wall that was unmistakably the remains of some vast building, suspended literally in mid-air. They made their way around the edge of the pit, walking out on that dizzying perch, and there, among the fallen stones and rubble, Tennyson found what would prove to be the key to the entire mystery, a book, much crumpled and dilapidated, filled with close handwriting in a style long out of fashion. The pages smelled of ancient water, of time itself, and of something else, something that suggested these words had been written in a place where the ordinary laws of existence had grown thin, where the curtains of the impossible had been drawn aside to reveal vistas that no human eye was meant to witness. They took this treasure back to their tent, and that evening, as the Irish darkness gathered around them and the sounds of the wilderness pressed close, they began to read. What they found within those damp pages would transform their understanding of reality, would introduce them to experiences beyond the boundaries of ordinary existence, and would leave them, when they finally finished, sitting in silence, staring out into the dark, wondering whether what they had read was the product of a madman's fancy or the true record of events that defied all natural law. Chapter 2: The Plain of Silence. The manuscript begins with the voice of the recluse himself, speaking across the years from his ancient house surrounded by huge, unkempt gardens. He is an old man now, and he knows that the peasantry say he is mad. He does not care. He lives alone with his sister, who is also his housekeeper, and with his dog Pepper, whom he loves above all other creatures. He has no servants. He hates them. He has decided to keep a diary, not merely to record his thoughts, but to set down an account of the strange things he has heard and seen during many years of loneliness in this weird old building. The house has had a bad reputation for a couple of centuries, and until he bought it, more than 80 years had passed since anyone had lived there. Consequently, he acquired the place at a ridiculously low figure. He is not superstitious, he insists, but he has ceased to deny that things happen here, things he cannot explain. The house itself is curious and fantastic to the last degree, built in the form of a circle with little curved towers and pinnacles whose outlines suggest leaping flames. There is an old story among the country people that the devil built the place, but he neither knows nor cares whether this is true, save as it may have helped to cheapen the property before his purchase. For 10 years he lived there before he saw anything to warrant belief in the stories current in the neighborhood. It is true that on at least a dozen occasions he had seen vaguely things that puzzled him, and perhaps had felt more than he had seen. Then, as the years passed and age came upon him, he became often aware of something unseen, yet unmistakably present in the empty rooms and corridors. Still, it was many years before he saw any real manifestations of the so-called supernatural. The first such manifestation came after midnight on the morning of January 21st. He was sitting reading in his study, with Pepper sleeping near his chair, when without warning the flames of the 2 candles went low and then shone with a ghastly green effulgence. He looked up quickly, and as he did so, he saw the light sink into a dull, ruddy tint, so that the room glowed with a strange, heavy crimson twilight that gave the shadows behind the chairs and tables a double depth of blackness, and wherever the light struck, it was as though luminous blood had been splashed over the room. He heard a faint, frightened whimper, and felt something press itself between his feet. It was Pepper, cowering under his dressing gown, Pepper usually as brave as a lion. This movement of the dog gave him the first twinge of real fear. He had been considerably startled when the lights burned first green and then red, but had momentarily supposed the change was due to some influx of noxious gas. Now he saw that this was not so, for the candles burned with a steady flame and showed no signs of going out. He sat waiting, watching as the lights commenced to sink very slowly until they showed minute specks of red fire, like the gleamings of rubies in the darkness. A dreamy indifference seemed to steal over him, banishing the fear that had begun to grip him. Then, away in the far end of the huge old-fashioned room, he became conscious of a faint glow that steadily grew, filling the room with gleams of quivering green light, then sinking quickly and changing, as the candle flames had done, into a deep, somber crimson that strengthened and lit up the room with a flood of awful glory. The light came from the end wall, growing ever brighter, until its intolerable glare caused his eyes acute pain, and involuntarily he closed them. When he was able to open them again, the light had decreased greatly, and instead of looking at the redness, he found himself staring through it and through the wall beyond. Gradually, as he became more accustomed to the idea, he realized that he was looking out upon a vast plain, lit with the same gloomy twilight that pervaded the room. The immensity of this plain scarcely can be conceived. In no part could he perceive its confines. It seemed to broaden and spread out so that the eye failed to perceive any limitations. Slowly, the details of the nearer portions began to grow clear, and then, in a moment almost, the light died away, and the vision, if vision it were, faded and was gone. But his experience was not over. Suddenly, he became conscious that he was no longer in the chair. Instead, he seemed to be hovering above it, looking down at a dim something, huddled and silent. A cold blast struck him, and he was outside in the night, floating like a bubble up through the darkness. As he moved, an icy coldness seemed to enfold him, so that he shivered.
He looked to right and left and saw the intolerable blackness of the night pierced by remote gleams of fire. Onward, outward he drove. Once he glanced behind and saw the earth, a small crescent of blue light, receding away to his left. Further off, the sun, a splash of white flame, burned vividly against the dark. An indefinite period passed. Then, for the last time, he saw the earth, an enduring globule of radiant blue, swimming in an eternity of ether. And there he was, a fragile flake of soul dust, flickering silently across the void from the distant blue into the expanse of the unknown. A great while seemed to pass over him, and now he could nowhere see anything. He had passed beyond the fixed stars and plunged into the huge blackness that waits beyond. The atrocious darkness seemed to creep into his soul, and he became filled with fear and despair. What was going to become of him? Where was he going? As these thoughts formed, there grew against the impalpable blackness a faint tinge of blood, extraordinarily remote and mist-like. Yet at once the feeling of oppression was lightened, and he no longer despaired. Slowly, the distant redness became plainer and larger, until, as he drew nearer, it spread out into a great somber glare, dull and tremendous. Still he fled onward, and presently he had come so close that it seemed to stretch beneath him like a great ocean of sullen red-hued clouds. He could see little, save that it appeared to spread out interminably in all directions. In a further space he found that he was descending upon it, and soon he sank into a great sea of sullen, red-hued clouds. Slowly he emerged from these, and there below him he saw the stupendous plain that he had seen from his room in the house that stands on the borders of the silences. He landed and stood surrounded by a great waste of loneliness. The place was lit with a gloomy twilight that gave an impression of indescribable desolation. Afar to his right, within the sky, there burnt a gigantic ring of dull red fire, from the outer edge of which were projected huge, writhing flames, darted and jagged. The interior of this ring was black, black as the gloom of the outer night. He comprehended at once that it was from this extraordinary sun that the place derived its doleful light. Everywhere he looked, he saw nothing but the same flat weariness of interminable plain. Nowhere could he descry any signs of life, not even the ruins of some ancient habitation. Gradually, he found that he was being borne forward, floating across the flat waste. For what seemed an eternity he moved onward, unaware of any great sense of impatience, though some curiosity and a vast wonder were with him continually. Always he saw around him the breadth of that enormous plain, and always he searched for some new thing to break its monotony. But there was no change, only loneliness, silence, and desert. Presently, in a half-conscious manner, he noticed that there was a faint mistiness, ruddy in hue, lying over its surface. When he looked more intently, he was unable to say that it was really mist, for it appeared to blend with the plain, giving it a peculiar unrealness and conveying to the senses the idea of unsubstantiality. Gradually, he began to weary with the sameness of the thing. Yet it was a great time before he perceived any signs of the place towards which he was being conveyed. At first he saw it, far ahead, like a long hillock on the surface of the plain. Then, as he drew nearer, he made out that he had been mistaken, for instead of a low hill, he made out now a chain of great mountains, whose distant peaks towered up into the red gloom, until they were almost lost to sight.
Chapter 3. The House in the Arena. And so, after a time, he came to the mountains. Then the course of his journey was altered,
and he began to move along their bases until, all at once, he saw that he had come opposite to a vast rift opening into the mountains. Through this he was borne, moving at no great speed. On either side of him, huge scarped walls of rock-like substance rose sheer. Far overhead he discerned a thin ribbon of red where the mouth of the chasm opened among inaccessible peaks. Within was gloom, deep and somber, and chilly silence. For a while he went onward steadily, and then at last he saw ahead a deep red glow that told him he was near upon the further opening of the gorge. A minute came and went, and he was at the exit of the chasm, staring out upon an enormous amphitheater of mountains. Yet of the mountains and the terrible grandeur of the place he recked nothing, for he was confounded with amazement to behold, at a distance of several miles and occupying the center of the arena, a stupendous structure built apparently of green jade. Yet in itself it was not the discovery of the building that had so astonished him, but the fact, which became every moment more apparent, that in no particular, save in color and its enormous size, did the lonely structure vary from the house in which he lived. For a while he continued to stare fixedly. Even then he could scarcely believe that he saw aright. In his mind a question formed, reiterating incessantly, "What does it mean? What does it mean?" And he was unable to make answer, even out of the depths of his imagination. He seemed capable only of wonder and fear. For a time longer he gazed, noting continually some fresh point of resemblance that attracted him. At last, wearied and sorely puzzled, he turned from it to view the rest of the strange place onto which he had intruded. Hitherto he had been so engrossed in his scrutiny of the house that he had given only a cursory glance around. Now, as he looked, he began to realize upon what sort of a place he had come. The arena, for so he termed it, appeared a perfect circle of about 10 to 12 miles in diameter, the house, as he had mentioned before, standing in the center. The surface of the place, like that of the plain, had a peculiar misty appearance that was yet not mist. From a rapid survey, his glance passed quickly upward along the slopes of the circling mountains. How silent they were! He thought that this same abominable stillness was more trying to him than anything he had so far seen or imagined. He was looking up now at the great crags, towering so loftily. Up there, the impalpable redness gave a blurred appearance to everything. And then, as he peered curiously, a new terror came to him, for away up among the dim peaks to his right, he had descried a vast shape of blackness, giant-like. It grew upon his sight. It had an enormous equine head with gigantic ears, and seemed to peer steadfastly down into the arena. There was that about the pose that gave him the impression of an eternal watchfulness, of having warded that dismal place through unknown eternities. Slowly the monster became plainer to him, and then suddenly his gaze sprang from it to something further off and higher among the crags. For a long minute he gazed fearfully. He was strangely conscious of something not altogether unfamiliar, as though something stirred in the back of his mind. The thing was black and had 4 grotesque arms. The features showed indistinctly. Around the neck he made out several light-colored objects. Slowly the details came to him, and he realized coldly that they were skulls. Further down the body was another circling belt, showing less dark against the black trunk. Then, even as he puzzled to know what the thing was, a memory slid into his mind, and straightway he knew that he was looking at a monstrous representation of Kali, the Hindu goddess of death. Other remembrances of his old student days drifted into his thoughts. His glance fell back upon the huge beast-headed thing. Simultaneously, he recognized it for the ancient Egyptian god Set, or Seth, the destroyer of souls. With the knowledge there came a great sweep of questioning. Two of the... He stopped and endeavored to think. Things beyond his imagination peered into his frightened mind. He saw obscurely the old gods of mythology. He tried to comprehend to what it was all pointing. His gaze dwelt flickeringly between the two. If an idea came swiftly, and he turned and glanced rapidly upward, searching the gloomy crags away to his left. Something loomed out under a great peak, a shape of grayness. He wondered he had not seen it earlier, and then remembered he had not yet viewed that portion. Now he saw it more plainly. It was, as he had said, gray. It had a tremendous head, but no eyes. That part of its face was blank. Now he saw that there were other things up among the mountains. Further off, reclining on a lofty ledge, he made out a livid mass, irregular and ghoulish. It seemed without form, save for an unclean, half-animal face that looked out vilely from somewhere about its middle. And then he saw others. There were hundreds of them. They seemed to grow out of the shadows. Several he recognized almost immediately as mythological deities. Others were strange to him, utterly strange, beyond the power of a human mind to conceive. On each side he looked and saw more continually. The mountains were full of strange things, beast gods, and horrors so atrocious and bestial that possibility and decency deny any further attempt to describe them. And he was filled with a terrible sense of overwhelming horror and fear and repugnance. Yet, spite these, he wondered exceedingly. Was there then, after all, something in the old heathen worship, something more than the mere deifying of men, animals, and elements? The thought gripped him. Was there? Later, a question repeated itself. What were they, those beast gods, and the others? At first they had appeared to him just sculptured monsters placed indiscriminately among the inaccessible peaks and precipices of the surrounding mountains. Now, as he scrutinized them with greater intentness, his mind began to reach out to fresh conclusions. There was something about them, an indescribable sort of silent vitality that suggested to his broadening consciousness a state of life in death. A something that was by no means life as we understand it, but rather an inhuman form of existence that well might be likened to a deathless trance, a condition in which it was possible to imagine their continuing eternally. Immortal, the word rose in his thoughts unbidden, and straightway he grew to wondering whether this might be the immortality of the gods. And then, in the midst of his wondering and musing, something happened. Until then, he had been staying just within the shadow of the exit of the great rift. Now, without volition on his part, he drifted out of the semi-darkness and began to move slowly across the arena toward the house. At this, he gave up all thoughts of those prodigious shapes above him and could only stare frightenedly at the tremendous structure toward which he was being conveyed so remorselessly. All around was the stark loneliness of the place and the unbroken silence. Steadily he neared the great building. Then, all at once, something caught his vision, something that came around one of the huge buttresses of the house and so into full view. It was a gigantic thing, and moved with a curious lope, going almost upright after the manner of a man. It was quite unclothed, and had a remarkable luminous appearance, yet it was the face that attracted and frightened him the most. It was the face of a swine. Silently, intently, he watched this horrible creature, and forgot his fear momentarily in his interest in its movements. It was making its way cumbersomely around the building, stopping as it came to each window to peer in and shake at the bars with which, as in his own house, they were protected, and whenever it came to a door, it would push at it, fingering the fastening stealthily. Evidently, it was searching for an ingress into the house. He had come now to within less than a quarter of a mile of the great structure, and still he was compelled forward. Abruptly, the thing turned and gazed hideously in his direction. It opened its mouth, and for the first time the stillness of that abominable place was broken by a deep booming note that sent an added thrill of apprehension through him. Then, immediately, he became aware that it was coming towards him, swiftly and silently. In an instant, it had covered half the distance that lay between them, and still he was borne helplessly to meet it. Only 100 yards, and the brutish ferocity of the giant face numbed him with a feeling of unmitigated horror. He could have screamed in the supremeness of his fear, and then, in the very moment of his extremity and despair, he became conscious that he was looking down from the arena, from a rapidly...
Chapter 4. The Earth. Thus he was, and only the memory that he had lived through the dark once before served to sustain his thoughts. A great time passed, ages, and then a single star broke its way through the darkness. It was the first of one of the outlying clusters of this universe. Presently it was far behind, and all about him shone the splendor of the countless stars. Later, years it seemed, he saw the sun, a clot of flame. Around it, he made out presently several remote specks of light, the planets of the solar system. And so he saw the Earth again, blue and unbelievably minute. It grew larger and became defined. A long space of time came and went, and then at last he entered into the shadow of the world, plunging headlong into the dim and holy earth night. Overhead were the old constellations, and there was a crescent moon. Then, as he neared the earth's surface, a dimness swept over him, and he appeared to sink into a black mist. For a while he knew nothing. He was unconscious. Gradually he became aware of a faint, distant whining. It became plainer. A desperate feeling of agony possessed him. He struggled madly for breath and tried to shout. A moment, and he got his breath more easily. He was conscious that something was licking his hand. Something damp swept across his face. He heard a panting, and then again the whining. It seemed to come to his ears now with a sense of familiarity, and he opened his eyes. All was dark, but the feeling of oppression had left him. He was seated, and something was whining piteously and licking him. He felt strangely confused, and instinctively tried to ward off the thing that licked. His head was curiously vacant, and for the moment he seemed incapable of action or thought. Then things came back to him, and he called Pepper faintly. He was answered by a joyful bark and renewed and frantic caresses. In a little while he felt stronger and put out his hand for the matches. He groped about for a few moments blindly. Then his hands lit upon them, and he struck a light and looked confusedly around. All about him he saw the old familiar things, and there he sat, full of dazed wonders, until the flame of the match burnt his finger, and he dropped it, while a hasty expression of pain and anger escaped his lips, surprising him with the sound of his own voice. After a moment he struck another match, and, stumbling across the room, lit the candles. As he did so, he observed that they had not burned away, but had been put out. As the flames shot up, he turned and stared about the study, yet there was nothing unusual to see. And suddenly a gust of irritation took him. What had happened? He held his head with both hands and tried to remember. Ah, the great silent plain and the ring-shaped sun of red fire. Where were they? Where had he seen them? How long ago? He felt dazed and muddled. He had a remembrance of cursing peevishly in his bewilderment. Suddenly he turned faint and giddy and had to grasp at the table for support. During a few moments he held on weakly and then managed to totter sideways into a chair. After a little time he felt somewhat better and succeeded in reaching the cupboard where usually he kept brandy and biscuits. He poured himself out a little of the stimulant and drank it off. Then, taking a handful of biscuits, he returned to his chair and began to devour them ravenously. He was vaguely surprised at his hunger.
He felt as though he had eaten nothing for an uncountably long while. As he ate, his glance roved about the room, taking in its various details, and still searching, though almost unconsciously, for something tangible upon which to take hold among the invisible mysteries that encompassed him. Surely, he thought, there must be something, and in the same instant his gaze dwelt upon the face of the clock in the opposite corner. Therewith he stopped eating and just stared. For though its ticking indicated most certainly that it was still going, the hands were pointing to a little before the hour of midnight, whereas it was, as well he knew, considerably after that time when he had witnessed the first of the strange happenings he had just described. For perhaps a moment he was astounded and puzzled. Had the hour been the same as when he had last seen the clock, he should have concluded that the hands had stuck in one place while the internal mechanism went on as usual, but that would in no way account for the hands having traveled backwards. Then, even as he turned the matter over in his wearied brain, the thought flashed upon him that it was now close upon the morning of the 22nd, and that he had been absent, at least in spirit, for nearly a day and a night. His sister asked him no questions, for it was by no means the first time that he had kept to his study for a whole day, and sometimes a couple of days at a time, when he had been particularly engrossed in his books or work. And so the days passed on, and he was still filled with wonder to know the meaning of all that he had seen on that memorable night. Yet well he knew that his curiosity was little likely to be satisfied.
Chapter 5. The Thing in the Pit. This house is, as he had said before, surrounded by a huge estate and wild and uncultivated gardens. Away at the back, distant some 300 yards, is a dark, deep ravine, spoken of as the pit by the peasantry. At the bottom runs a sluggish stream so overhung by trees as scarcely to be seen from above. This river has a subterranean origin, emerging suddenly at the east end of the ravine and disappearing as abruptly beneath the cliffs that form its western extremity. It was some months after his vision of the Great Plain that his attention was particularly attracted to the pit. He happened one day to be walking along its southern edge, when suddenly several pieces of rock and shale were dislodged from the face of the cliff immediately beneath him and fell with a sullen crash through the trees. He heard them splash in the river at the bottom, and then silence. He should not have given this incident more than a passing thought, had not Pepper at once begun to bark savagely, nor would he be silent when bidden, which was most unusual behavior on his part. Feeling that there must be someone or something in the pit, he went back to the house quickly for a stick. When he returned, Pepper had ceased his barks and was growling and smelling uneasily along the top. Whistling to him to follow, he started to descend cautiously. The depth to the bottom of the pit must be about 150 feet, and some time, as well as considerable care, was expended before they reached the bottom in safety. Once down, Pepper and he started to explore along the banks of the river. It was very dark there, due to the overhanging trees, and he moved warily, keeping his glance about him and his stick ready. Pepper was quiet now, and kept close to him all the time. Thus they searched right up one side of the river without hearing or seeing anything. Then they crossed over by the simple method of jumping and commenced to beat their way back through the underbrush. They had accomplished perhaps half the distance when he heard again the sound of falling stones on the other side, the side from which they had just come. One large rock came thundering down through the treetops, struck the opposite bank, and bounded into the river, driving a great jet of water right over them. At this, Pepper gave out a deep growl, then stopped and pricked up his ears. He listened also. A second later, a loud, half-human, half-pig-like squeal sounded from among the trees, apparently about halfway up the south cliff. It was answered by a similar note from the bottom of the pit. At this, Pepper gave a short, sharp bark, and springing across the little river, disappeared into the bushes.
Immediately afterward, he heard his barks increase in depth and number, and in between there sounded a noise of confused jabbering. This ceased, and in the succeeding silence there rose a semi-human yell of agony. Almost immediately, Pepper gave a long-drawn howl of pain, and then the shrubs were violently agitated, and he came running out with his tail down, glancing as he ran over his shoulder. As he reached his master, he was seen to be bleeding from what appeared to be a great claw wound in the side that had almost laid bare his ribs. Seeing Pepper thus mutilated, a furious feeling of anger seized the old man, and whirling his staff, he sprang across and into the bushes from which Pepper had emerged. As he forced his way through, he thought he heard a sound of breathing. Next instant, he had burst into a little clear space, just in time to see something, livid white in color, disappear among the bushes on the opposite side. With a shout, he ran towards it, but though he struck and probed among the bushes with his stick, he neither saw nor heard anything further, and so returned to Pepper. There, after bathing his wound in the river, he bound his wetted handkerchief around the dog's body, having done which, they retreated up the ravine and into the daylight again. On reaching the house, his sister inquired what had happened to Pepper, and he told her he had been fighting with a wildcat, of which he had heard there were several about. He felt it would be better not to tell her how it had really happened, though to be sure he scarcely knew himself. But this he did know, that the thing he had seen run into the bushes was no wildcat. It was much bigger, and had, so far as he had observed, a skin like a hog's, only of a dead, unhealthy white color. And then it had run upright, or nearly so, on its hind feet, with a motion somewhat resembling that of a human being. This much he had noticed in his brief glimpse, and truth to tell, he felt a good deal of uneasiness besides curiosity as he turned the matter over his mind. It was in the morning that the above incident had occurred. Then it would be after dinner, as he sat reading, that happening to look up suddenly, he saw something peering in over the window ledge, the eyes and ears alone showing. "A pig, by Jove," he said, and rose to his feet. Thus he saw the thing more completely, but it was no pig. God alone knows what it was. It reminded him vaguely of the hideous thing that had haunted the great arena. It had a grotesquely human mouth and jaw, but with no chin of which to speak. The nose was prolonged into a snout. Thus it was that with the little eyes and queer ears, it had such an extraordinarily swine-like appearance. Of forehead there was little, and the whole face was of an unwholesome white color. For perhaps a minute he stared at the creature with an ever-growing feeling of disgust and some fear. The mouth kept jabbering inanely, and once emitted a half-swinish grunt. He thought it was the eyes that attracted him the most. They seemed to glow at times with a horribly human intelligence, and kept flickering away from his face over the details of the room, as though his stare disturbed it. It appeared to be supporting itself by two claw-like hands on the windowsill. These claws, unlike the face, were of a clay-brown hue, and bore an indistinct resemblance to human hands, in that they had 4 fingers and a thumb, though these were webbed up to the first joint, much as are a duck's. Nails it had also, but so long and powerful that they were more like the talons of an eagle than aught else. He felt some fear, though almost of an impersonal kind. He may explain his feeling better by saying that it was more a sensation of abhorrence, such as one might expect to feel if brought in contact with something superhumanly foul, something unholy, belonging to some hitherto undreamt-of state of existence. He cannot say that he grasped these various details of the brute at the time. He thinks they seemed to come back to him afterwards, as though imprinted on his brain. He imagined more than he saw as he looked at the thing, and the material details grew on him later. For perhaps a minute he stared at the creature. Then, as his nerves steadied a little, he shook off the vague alarm that held him and took a step towards the window. Even as he did so, the thing ducked and vanished. He rushed to the door and looked around hurriedly, but only the tangled bushes and shrubs met his gaze. He ran back into the house and, getting his gun, sallied out to search through the gardens. As he went, he thought himself whether the thing he had just seen was likely to be the same of which he had caught a glimpse in the morning. He inclined to think it was. He would have taken Pepper with him, but judged it better to give his wound a chance to heal. Besides, if the creature he had just seen was, as he imagined, his antagonist of the morning, it was not likely that he would be of much use. He began his search systematically. He was determined, if it were possible, to find and put an end to that bestial thing. This, at least, was a material horror. At first he searched cautiously, with the thought of Pepper's wound in his mind. But as the hours passed and not a sign of anything living showed in the great lonely gardens, he became less apprehensive. He felt almost as though he would welcome the sight of it. Anything seemed better than this silence, with the ever-present feeling that the creature might be lurking in every bush he passed. Later he grew careless of danger, to the extent of plunging right through the bushes, probing with his gun barrel as he went. At times he shouted, but only the echoes answered back. He thought thus perhaps to frighten or stir the creature to showing itself, but only succeeded in bringing his sister Mary out to know what was the matter. He told her he had seen the wildcat that had wounded Pepper, and that he was trying to hunt it out of the bushes. She seemed only half satisfied, and went back into the house with an expression of doubt on her face. He wondered whether she had seen or guessed anything. For the rest of the afternoon, he prosecuted the search anxiously. He felt that he should be unable to sleep with that bestial thing haunting the shrubberies, and yet when evening fell, he had seen nothing. Then, as he turned homeward, he heard a short, intelligible noise among the bushes to his right. Instantly he turned, and aiming quickly, fired in the direction of the sound. Immediately afterward, he heard something scuttling away among the bushes. It moved rapidly, and in a minute had gone out of hearing. After a few steps, he ceased his pursuit, realizing how futile it must be in the fast-gathering gloom, and so, with a curious feeling of depression, he entered the house.
That night, after his sister had gone to bed, he went around to all the windows and doors on the ground floor and saw to it that they were securely fastened. This precaution was scarcely necessary as regards the windows, as all of those on the lower story were strongly barred. But with the doors, of which there were 5, it was wisely thought, as not one was locked. Having secured these, he went to his study, yet somehow, for once, the place jarred upon him. It seemed so huge and echoey. For some time he tried to read, but at last, finding it impossible, he carried his book down to the kitchen, where a large fire was burning, and sat there. He had read for a couple of hours when suddenly he heard a sound that made him lower his book and listen intently. It was a noise of something rubbing and fumbling against the back door. Once the door creaked loudly, as though force were being applied to it. During those few short moments, he experienced an indescribable feeling of terror, such as he should have believed impossible. His hands shook, a cold sweat broke out on him, and he shivered violently. Gradually he calmed. The stealthy movements outside had ceased. Then for an hour he sat silent and watchful. All at once the feeling of fear took him again. He felt as he imagines an animal must, under the eye of a snake. Yet now he could hear nothing. Still, there was no doubting that some unexplained influence was at work. Gradually, imperceptibly almost, something stole on his ear, a sound that resolved itself into a faint murmur. Quickly it developed and grew into a muffled but hideous chorus of bestial shrieks. It appeared to rise from the bowels of the earth. He heard a thud and realized in a dull, half-comprehending way that he had dropped his book. After that he just sat, and thus the daylight found him when it crept wanly in through the barred, high windows of the great kitchen. With the dawning light, the feeling of stupor and fear left him, and he came more into possession of his senses. Thereupon he picked up his book and crept to the door to listen. Not a sound broke the chilly silence. For some minutes he stood there. Then, very gradually and cautiously, he drew back the bolt and, opening the door, peeped out. His caution was unneeded. Nothing was to be seen, save the gray vista of dreary, tangled bushes and trees extending to the distant plantation. With a shiver, he closed the door and made his way quietly up to bed.
Chapter 6. The Swine-Things. It was evening, a week later. His sister sat in the garden knitting. He was walking up and down, reading. His gun leaned up against the wall of the house, for since the advent of that strange thing in the gardens, he had deemed it wise to take precautions. Yet through the whole week there had been nothing to alarm him, either by sight or sound, so that he was able to look back calmly to the incident, though still with a sense of unmitigated wonder and curiosity. Suddenly, he heard a crash away in the direction of the pit. With a quick movement, he turned and saw a tremendous column of dust rising high into the evening air. His sister had risen to her feet with a sharp exclamation of surprise and fright. Telling her to stay where she was, he snatched up his gun and ran toward the pit. As he neared it, he heard a dull, rumbling sound that grew quickly into a roar, split with deeper crashes, and up from the pit drove a fresh volume of dust. The noise ceased, though the dust still rose tumultuously. He reached the edge and looked down, but could see nothing save a boil of dust clouds swirling hither and thither. The air was so full of the small particles that they blinded and choked him, and finally he had to run out from the smother to breathe. Gradually the suspended matter sank and hung in a panoply over the mouth of the pit. He could only guess at what had happened. That there had been a landslip of some kind he had little doubt, but the cause was beyond his knowledge. And yet even then he had half imaginings, for already the thought had come to him of those falling rocks and that thing in the bottom of the pit, but in the first minutes of confusion he failed to reach the natural conclusion to which the catastrophe pointed. Slowly the dust subsided until presently he was able to approach the edge and look down. For a while he peered impotently, trying to see through the reek. At first it was impossible to make out anything. Then, as he stared, he saw something below, to his left, that moved. He looked intently toward it, and presently made out another, and then another. 3 dim shapes that appeared to be climbing up the side of the pit. He could see them only indistinctly. Even as he stared and wondered, he heard a rattle of stones somewhere to his right. He glanced across but could see nothing. He leaned forward and peered over and down into the pit just beneath where he stood, and saw no further than a hideous white swine face that had risen to within a couple of yards of his feet. Below it he could make out several others. As the thing saw him, it gave a sudden uncouth squeal which was answered from all parts of the pit. At that a gust of horror and fear took him, and bending down he discharged his gun right into its face. Straightway the creature disappeared with a clatter of loose earth and stones. There was a momentary silence, to which probably he owed his life, for during it he heard a quick patter of many feet, and turning sharply, saw a troop of the creatures coming toward him at a run. Instantly he raised his gun and fired at the foremost, who plunged headlong with a hideous howling. Then he turned to run. More than halfway from the house to the pit, he saw his sister. She was coming toward him. He could not see her face distinctly as the dusk had fallen, but there was fear in her voice as she called to know why he was shooting. "Run!" he shouted in reply. "Run for your life!" Without more ado, she turned and fled, picking up her skirts with both hands. As he followed, he gave a glance behind. The brutes were running on their hind legs, at times dropping on all fours. He thought it must have been the terror in his voice that spurred Mary to run so, for he felt convinced that she had not as yet seen those hell creatures that pursued. On they went, his sister leading. Each moment the nearing sounds of the footsteps told him that the brutes were gaining on them rapidly. Fortunately, he was accustomed to live in some ways an active life. As it was, the strain of the race was beginning to tell severely upon him.
Ahead, he could see the back door. Luckily, it was open. He was some half-dozen yards behind Mary now, and his breath was sobbing in his throat. Then something touched his shoulder. He wrenched his head round quickly and saw one of those monstrous, pallid faces close to mine. One of the creatures, having outrun its companions, had almost overtaken him. Even as he turned, it made a fresh grab. With a sudden effort, he sprang to one side, and swinging his gun by the barrel, it brought it crashing down upon the foul creature's head. The thing dropped with an almost human groan. Even this short delay had been nearly sufficient to bring the rest of the brutes down upon him, so that without an instant's waste of time, he turned and ran for the door. Reaching it, he burst into the passage, then turning quickly, slammed and bolted the door, just as the first of the creatures rushed against it with a sudden shock. His sister sat gasping in a chair. She seemed in a fainting condition, but he had no time then to spend on her. He had to make sure that all the doors were fastened. Fortunately, they were. The one leading from his study into the gardens was the last to which he went. He had just had time to note that it was secured when he thought he heard a noise outside. He stood perfectly silent and listened. Yes, now he could distinctly hear a sound of whispering, and something slithered over the panels with a rasping, scratchy noise. Evidently, some of the creatures were feeling with their claw hands about the door to discover whether there were any means of ingress. That the creatures should so soon have found the door was to him a proof of their reasoning capabilities. It assured him that they must be regarded by no means as mere animals. He had felt something of this before, when that first thing peered in through his window. Then he had applied the term superhuman to it, with an almost instinctive knowledge that the creature was something different from the brute beast, something beyond human, yet in no good sense, but rather as something foul and hostile to the great and good in humanity. In one word, as something intelligent and yet inhuman. The very thought of the creatures filled him with revulsion. Now he bethought him of his sister, and going to the cupboard, he got out a flask of brandy and a wine-glass. Taking these, he went down to the kitchen, carrying a lighted candle with him. She was not sitting in the chair, but had fallen out and was lying on the floor, face down. Very gently, he turned her over and raised her head somewhat. Then he poured a little of the brandy between her lips. After a while, she shivered slightly. A little later, she gave several gasps and opened her eyes. In a dreamy, unrealizing way, she looked at him. Then her eyes slowly closed, and he gave her a little more of the brandy. For perhaps a minute longer, she lay silent, breathing quickly. All at once, her eyes opened again, and it seemed to him as he looked that the pupils were dilated, as though fear had come with returning consciousness. Then, with a movement so unexpected that he started backward, she sat up. Noticing that she seemed giddy, he put out his hand to steady her. At that she gave a loud scream, and scrambling to her feet, ran from the room. For a moment he stayed there, kneeling and holding the flask of brandy. He was utterly puzzled and astonished. Could she be afraid of him? But no, why should she? He could only conclude that her nerves were badly shaken, and that she was temporarily unhinged. Upstairs he heard a door bang loudly, and he knew that she had taken refuge in her room. He put the flask down on the table. His attention was distracted by a noise in the direction of the back door. He went toward it and listened. It appeared to be shaken, as though some of the creatures struggled with it silently, but it was far too strongly constructed and hung to be easily moved.
Out in the gardens rose a continuous sound. It might have been mistaken by a casual listener for the grunting and squealing of a herd of pigs, but as he stood there, it came to him that there was sense and meaning to all those swinish noises. Gradually, he seemed able to trace a semblance in it to human speech, glutinous and sticky as though each articulation were made with difficulty. Yet nevertheless, he was becoming convinced that it was no mere medley of sounds, but a rapid interchange of ideas. By this time, it had grown quite dark in the passages, and from these came all the varied cries and groans of which an old house is so full after nightfall. It is no doubt because things are then quieter and one has more leisure to hear.
Also, there may be something in the theory that the sudden change of temperature at sundown affects the structure of the house somewhat, causing it to contract and settle, as it were, for the night. However this is, as may be, but on that night in particular, he would gladly have been quit of so many eerie noises. It seemed to him that each crack and creak was the coming of one of those things along the dark corridors, though he knew in his heart that this could not be, for he had seen himself that all the doors were secure. Gradually, however, these sounds grew on his nerves to such an extent that, were it only to punish his cowardice, he felt he must make the round of the basement again, and if anything were there, face it. And then he would go up to his study, for he knew sleep was out of the question with the house surrounded by creatures, half beasts, half something else, and entirely unholy. Taking the kitchen lamp down from its hook, he made his way from cellar to cellar and room to room, through pantry and coal hole, along passages, and into the 101 little blind alleys and hidden nooks that formed the basement of the old house. Then, when he knew he had been in every corner and cranny large enough to conceal aught of any size, he made his way to the stairs. With his foot on the first step, he paused. It seemed to him he heard a movement, apparently from the buttery, which is to the left of the staircase. It had been one of the first places he searched, and yet he felt certain his ears had not deceived him. His nerves were strung now, and with hardly any hesitation, he stepped up to the door, holding the lamp above his head. In a glance, he saw that the place was empty, save for the heavy stone slabs supported by brick pillars, and he was about to leave it, convinced that he had been mistaken, when in turning, his light was flashed back from two bright spots outside the window and high up. For a few moments, he stood there, staring. Then they moved, revolving slowly and throwing out alternate scintillations of green and red. At least, so it appeared to him. He knew then that they were eyes. Slowly, he traced the shadowy outline of one of the things. It appeared to be holding on to the bars of the window, and its attitude suggested climbing. He went nearer to the window and held the light higher. There was no need to be afraid of the creature. The bars were strong, and there was little danger of its being able to move them. And then suddenly, in spite of the knowledge that the brute could not reach to harm him, he had a return of the horrible sensation of fear that had assailed him on that night a week previously. It was the same feeling of helpless, shuddering fright. He realized dimly that the creature's eyes were looking into his with a steady, compelling stare. He tried to turn away, but could not. He seemed now to see the window through a mist. Then he thought other eyes came and peered, and yet others, until a whole galaxy of malignant, staring orbs seemed to hold him in thrall. His head began to swim and throb violently. Then he was aware of a feeling of acute physical pain in his left hand. It grew more severe and literally forced his attention. With a tremendous effort, he glanced down, and with that, the spell that had held him was broken. He realized then that he had, in his agitation, unconsciously caught hold of the hot lamp glass and burnt his hand badly. He looked up to the window again. The misty appearance had gone, and now he saw that it was crowded with dozens of bestial faces. With a sudden access of rage, he raised the lamp and hurled it full at the window. It struck the glass, smashing a pane, and passed between two of the bars out into the garden, scattering burning oil as it went. He heard several loud cries of pain, and as his sight became accustomed to the dark, he discovered that the creatures had left the window. Pulling himself together, he groped for the door, and having found it, made his way upstairs, stumbling at each step. He felt dazed, as though he had received a blow on the head. At the same time, his hand smarted badly, and he was full of a nervous, dull rage against those things. Reaching his study, he lit the candles. As they burnt up, their rays were reflected from the rack of firearms on the side wall.
At the sight, he remembered that he had there a power which, as he had proved earlier, seemed as fatal to those monsters as to more ordinary animals, and he determined he would take the offensive. First of all, he bound up his hand, for the pain was fast becoming intolerable. After that, it seemed easier, and he crossed the room to the rifle stand. There he selected a heavy rifle, an old and tried weapon, and having procured ammunition, he made his way up into one of the small towers with which the house is crowned. From there he found that he could see nothing. The gardens presented a dim blur of shadows, a little blacker, perhaps, where the trees stood. That was all, and he knew that it was useless to shoot down into all that darkness. The only thing to be done was to wait for the moon to rise, then he might be able to do a little execution. In the meantime, he sat still and kept his ears open. The gardens were comparatively quiet now, and only an occasional grunt or squeal came up to him. He did not like this silence. It made him wonder on what devilry the creatures were bent. Twice he left the tower and took a walk through the house, but everything was silent. Once he heard a noise from the direction of the pit, as though more earth had fallen. Following this, and lasting for 15 minutes, there was a commotion among the denizens of the gardens. This died away, and after that all was again quiet. About an hour later, the moon's light showed above the distant horizon. From where he sat, he could see it over the trees, but it was not until it rose clear of them that he could make out any of the details in the gardens below. Even then, he could see none of the brutes until, happening to crane forward, he saw several of them lying prone up against the wall of the house. What they were doing he could not make out. It was, however, a chance too good to be ignored, and taking aim, he fired at the one directly beneath. There was a shrill scream, and as the smoke cleared away, he saw that it had turned on its back and was writhing feebly. Then it was quiet. The others had disappeared. Immediately after this, he heard a loud squeal in the direction of the pit. It was answered 100 times from every part of the garden. This gave him some notion of the number of the creatures, and he began to feel that the whole affair was becoming even more serious than he had imagined. As he sat there, silent and watchful, the thought came to him, why all this? What were these things? What did it mean? Then his thoughts flew back to that vision of the plain of silence. What did that mean, he wondered? And that thing in the arena? Ugh! Lastly, he thought of the house he had seen in that faraway place, that house so like this in all detail of external structure that it might have been modeled from it, or this from that. He had never thought of that. At this moment there came another long squeal from the pit, followed the second by a couple of shorter ones. At once the garden was filled with answering cries. He stood up quickly and looked over the parapet. In the moonlight it seemed as though the shrubberies were alive. They tossed hither and thither, as though shaken by a strong, irregular wind, while a continuous rustling and a noise of scampering feet rose up to him. Several times he saw the moonlight gleam on running white figures among the bushes, and twice he fired. The second time his shot was answered by a short squeal of pain. A minute later the gardens lay silent. From the pit came a deep, hoarse babble of swine talk. At times angry cries smote the air, and they would be answered by multitudinous gruntings. It occurred to him that they were holding some kind of a council, perhaps to discuss the problem of entering the house. Also, he thought they seemed much enraged, probably by my successful shots. It occurred to him that now would be a good time to make a final survey of their defenses. This he proceeded to do at once, visiting the whole of the basement again and examining each of the doors. Luckily, they were all, like the back one, built of solid iron-studded oak. Then he went upstairs to his study. He was more anxious about this door. It palpably is of a more modern make than the others, and though a stout piece of work, it has little of their ponderous strength. He must explain here that there is a small raised lawn on this side of the house upon which this door opens, the windows of the study being barred on this account. All the other entrances, excepting the great gateway which is never opened, are in the lower story.
Chapter 7. The Attack. He spent some time puzzling how to strengthen the study door. Finally, he went down to the kitchen and with some trouble brought up several heavy pieces of timber. These he wedged up slantwise against it from the floor, nailing them top and bottom. For half an hour he worked hard and at last got it shored to his mind. Then, feeling easier, he resumed his coat, which he had laid aside, and proceeded to attend to one or two matters before returning to the tower. It was whilst thus employed that he heard a fumbling at the door, and the latch was tried. Keeping silence, he waited. Soon he heard several of the creatures outside. They were grunting to one another softly. Then, for a minute, there was quietness. Suddenly, there sounded a quick, low grunt, and the door creaked under a tremendous pressure. It would have burst inward but for the supports he had placed. The strain ceased as quickly as it had begun, and there was more talk. Presently, one of the things squealed softly, and he heard the sound of others approaching. There was a short confabulation, then again silence, and he realized that they had called several more to assist. Feeling that now was the supreme moment, he stood ready with his rifle presented. If the door gave, he would at least slay as many as possible. Again came the low signal, and once more the door cracked under a huge force. For a minute, perhaps, the pressure was kept up, and he waited nervously, expecting each moment to see the door come down with a crash. But no, the struts held, and the attempt proved abortive. Then followed more of their horrible grunting talk, and whilst it lasted, he thought he distinguished the noise of fresh arrivals. After a long discussion, during which the door was several times shaken, they became quiet once more, and he knew that they were going to make a third attempt to break it down. He was almost in despair. The props had been severely tried in the two previous attacks, and he was sorely afraid that this would prove too much for them. At that moment, like an inspiration, a thought flashed into his troubled brain. Instantly, for it was no time to hesitate, he ran from the room and up stair after stair. This time it was not to one of the towers that he went, but out onto the flat, leaded roof itself. Once there, he raced across to the parapet that walls it around and looked down. As he did so, he heard the short, grunted signal, and even up there caught the crying of the door under the assault. There was not a moment to lose, and leaning over, he aimed quickly and fired. The report rang sharply, and almost blending with it came the loud splud of the bullet striking its mark. From below rose a shrill wail, and the door ceased its groaning. Then, as he took his weight from off the parapet, a huge piece of the stone coping slid from under him and fell with a crash among the disorganized throng beneath. Several horrible shrieks quavered through the night air, and then he heard a sound of scampering feet. Cautiously he looked over. In the moonlight he could see the great coping stone lying right across the threshold of the door. He thought he saw something under it, several things, white, but he could not be sure. And so a few minutes passed. As he stared, he saw something come around out of the shadow of the house. It was one of the things. It went up to the stone silently and bent down. He was unable to see what it did. In a minute it stood up. It had something in its talons which it put to its mouth and tore at. For the moment he did not realize. Then slowly he comprehended. The thing was stooping again. It was horrible. He started to load his rifle. When he looked again, the monster was tugging at the stone, moving it to one side. He leant the rifle on the coping and pulled the trigger. The brute collapsed on its face and kicked slightly. Simultaneously, almost, with the report, he heard another sound, that of breaking glass. Waiting only to recharge his weapon, he ran from the roof and down the first 2 flights of stairs. Here he paused to listen. As he did so, there came another tinkle of falling glass. It appeared to come from the floor below. Excitedly, he sprang down the steps and, guided by the rattle of the window sash, reached the door of one of the empty bedrooms at the back of the house. He thrust it open. The room was but dimly illuminated by the moonlight, most of the light being blotted out by moving figures at the window.
Even as he stood, one crawled through into the room. Leveling his weapon, he fired point blank at it, filling the room with a deafening bang. When the smoke cleared, he saw that the room was empty and the window free. The room was much lighter. The night air blew in coldly through the shattered panes. Down below in the night, he could hear a soft moaning and a confused murmur of swine voices.
Stepping to one side of the window, he reloaded and then stood there waiting. Presently, he heard a scuffling noise. From where he stood in the shadow, he could see without being seen. Nearer came the sounds, and then he saw something come up above the sill and clutch at the broken window frame. It caught a piece of the woodwork, and now he could make out that it was a hand and arm. A moment later, the face of one of the swine creatures rose into view. Then, before he could use his rifle or do anything, there came a sharp crack, crack, and the window frame gave way under the weight of the thing. Next instant, a squashing thud and a loud outcry told him that it had fallen to the ground. With a savage hope that it had been killed, he went to the window. The moon had gone behind a cloud so that he could see nothing, though a steady hum of jabbering just beneath where he stood indicated that there were several more of the brutes close at hand. As he stood there looking down, he marveled how it had been possible for the creatures to climb so far, for the wall is comparatively smooth, while the distance to the ground must be at least 80 feet. All at once, as he bent, peering, he saw something indistinctly that cut the gray shadow of the house side with a black line. It passed the gutter to the left at a distance of about 2 feet. Then he remembered that it was a gutter pipe that had been put there some years ago to carry off the rainwater. He had forgotten about it. He could see now how the creatures had managed to reach the window. Even as the solution came to him, he heard a faint slithering, scratching noise and knew that another of the brutes was coming. He waited some odd moments, then leaned out of the window and felt the pipe. To his delight, he found that it was quite loose, and he managed, using the rifle barrel as a crowbar, to lever it out from the wall. He worked quickly. Then, taking hold with both hands, he wrenched the whole concern away and hurled it down, with the thing still clinging to it, into the garden. For a few minutes longer he waited there, listening, but after the first general outcry he heard nothing. He knew now that there was no more reason to fear an attack from this quarter. He had removed the only means of reaching the window, and as none of the other windows had any adjacent water pipes to tempt the climbing powers of the monsters, he began to feel more confident of escaping their clutches. Leaving the room, he made his way down to the study. He was anxious to see how the door had withstood the test of that last assault. Entering, he lit 2 of the candles and then turned to the door. One of the large props had been displaced, and on that side, the door had been forced inward some 6 inches. It was providential that he had managed to drive the brutes away just when he did, and that coping stone. He wondered vaguely how he had managed to dislodge it. He had not noticed it loose as he took his shot, and then, as he stood up, it had slipped away from beneath him. He felt that he owed the dismissal of the attacking force more to its timely fall than to his rifle. Then the thought came that he had better seize this chance to shore up the door again. It was evident that the creatures had not returned since the fall of the coping stone, but who was to say how long they would keep away? There and then he set to at repairing the door, working hard and anxiously. First, he went down to the basement and, rummaging around, found several pieces of heavy oak planking. With these, he returned to the study and, having removed the props, placed the planks up against the door. Then he nailed the heads of the struts to these and, driving them well home at the bottoms, nailed them again there. Thus he made the door stronger than ever, for now it was solid with the backing of boards, and would, he felt convinced, stand a heavier pressure than hitherto without giving way. After that, he lit the lamp which he had brought from the kitchen and went down to have a look at the lower windows.
Now that he had seen an instance of the strength the creatures possessed, he felt considerable anxiety about the windows on the ground floor, in spite of the fact that they were so strongly barred. He went first to the buttery, having a vivid remembrance of his late adventure there. The place was chilly, and the wind soughing in through the broken glass produced an eerie note. Apart from the general air of dismalness, the place was as he had left it the night before. Going up to the window, he examined the bars closely, noting as he did so their comfortable thickness. Still, as he looked more intently, it seemed to him that the middle bar was bent slightly from the straight, but it was but trifling, and it might have been so for years. He had never before noticed them particularly. He put his hand through the broken window and shook the bar. It was as firm as a rock. Perhaps the creatures had tried to start it, and finding it beyond their power, ceased from the effort. After that, he went around to each of the other windows in turn, examining them with careful attention, but nowhere else could he trace anything to show that there had been any tampering. Having finished his survey, he went back to the study and poured himself a little brandy, then to the tower to watch.
Chapter 8. After the Attack. It was now about 3 a.m., and presently the eastern sky began to pale with the coming of dawn. Gradually the day came, and by its light he scanned the gardens earnestly, but nowhere could he see any signs of the brutes. He leant over and glanced down to the foot of the wall to see whether the body of the thing he had shot the night before was still there. It was gone. He supposed that others of the monsters had removed it during the night. Then he went down onto the roof and crossed over to the gap from which the coping stone had fallen. Reaching it, he looked over. Yes, there was the stone as he had seen it last, but there was no appearance of anything beneath it, nor could he see the creatures he had killed after its fall. Evidently, they also had been taken away. He turned and went down to his study. There he sat down wearily. He was thoroughly tired. It was quite light now, though the sun's rays were not as yet perceptibly hot. A clock chimed the hour of 4. He awoke with a start and looked around hurriedly. The clock in the corner indicated that it was 3 o'clock. It was already afternoon. He must have slept for nearly 11 hours. With a jerky movement, he sat forward in the chair and listened. The house was perfectly silent. Slowly, he stood up and yawned. He felt desperately tired still, and sat down again, wondering what it was that had waked him. It must have been the clock striking, he concluded presently, and was commencing to doze off when a sudden noise brought him back once more to life. It was the sound of a step, as of a person moving cautiously down the corridor toward his study. In an instant he was on his feet and grasping his rifle. Noiselessly he waited. Had the creatures broken in whilst he slept? Even as he questioned, the steps reached his door, halted momentarily, and then continued down the passage. Silently, he tiptoed to the doorway and peeped out. Then he experienced such a feeling of relief as must a reprieved criminal. It was his sister. She was going toward the stairs. He stepped into the hall and was about to call to her when it occurred to him that it was very queer she should have crept past his door in that stealthy manner. He was puzzled, and for one brief moment the thought occupied his mind that it was not she, but some fresh mystery of the house. Then, as he caught a glimpse of her old petticoat, the thought passed as quickly as it had come, and he half laughed. There could be no mistaking that ancient garment. Yet he wondered what she was doing, and remembering her condition of mind on the previous day, he felt that it might be best to follow quietly, taking care not to alarm her, and see what she was going to do. If she behaved rationally, well and good. If not, he should have to take steps to restrain her. He could run no unnecessary risks under the danger that threatened them. Quickly he reached the head of the stairs and paused a moment. Then he heard a sound that sent him leaping down at a mad rate. It was the rattle of bolts being unshot. That foolish sister of his was actually unbarring the back door. Just as her hand was on the last bolt, he reached her. She had not seen him, and the first thing she knew he had hold of her arm. She glanced up quickly like a frightened animal and screamed aloud.
"Come, Mary," he said sternly. "What's the meaning of this nonsense? Do you mean to tell me you don't understand the danger, that you try to throw our 2 lives away in this fashion?" To this she replied nothing, only trembled violently, gasping and sobbing as though in the last extremity of fear. Through some minutes he reasoned with her, pointing out the need for caution and asking her to be brave. There was little to be afraid of now, he explained, and he tried to believe that he spoke the truth, but she must be sensible and not attempt to leave the house for a few days. At last he ceased in despair. It was no use talking to her. She was obviously not quite herself for the time being. Finally, he told her she had better go to her room if she could not behave rationally. Still, she took not any notice, so without more ado he picked her up in his arms and carried her there. At first she screamed wildly, but had relaxed into silent trembling by the time he reached the stairs. Arriving at her room, he laid her upon the bed. She lay there quietly enough, neither speaking nor sobbing, just shaking in a very ague of fear. He took a rug from a chair nearby and spread it over her. He could do nothing more for her, and so crossed to where Pepper lay in a big basket. His sister had taken charge of him since his wound to nurse him, for it had proved more severe than he had thought, and he was pleased to note that in spite of her state of mind, she had looked after the old dog carefully. Stooping, he spoke to him, and in reply Pepper licked his hand feebly. He was too ill to do more. Then, going to the bed, he bent over his sister and asked her how she felt, but she only shook the more, and much as it pained him, he had to admit that his presence seemed to make her worse. And so he left her, locking the door and pocketing the key. It seemed to be the only course to take. The rest of the day he spent between the tower and his study. For food he brought a loaf from the pantry, and on this and some claret he lived for that day. What a long, weary day it was. If only he could have gone out into the gardens as was his wont, he should have been content enough. But to be cooped in this silent house, with no companion save a mad woman and a sick dog, was enough to prey on the nerves of the hardiest. And out in the tangled shrubberies that surrounded the house lurked, for all he could tell, those infernal swine creatures, waiting their chance. Was ever a man in such straits? Once in the afternoon, and again later, he went to visit his sister. The second time he found her tending Pepper, but at his approach she slid over unobtrusively to the far corner with a gesture that saddened him beyond belief. Poor girl, her fear cut him intolerably, and he would not intrude on her unnecessarily. She would be better, he trusted, in a few days. Meanwhile, he could do nothing, and he judged it still necessary, hard as it seemed, to keep her confined to her room. One thing there was that he took for encouragement. She had eaten some of the food he had taken to her on his first visit. And so the day passed. As the evening drew on, the air grew chilly, and he began to make preparations for passing a second night in the tower, taking up 2 additional rifles and a heavy ulster. The rifles he loaded and laid alongside his other, as he intended to make things warm for any of the creatures who might show during the night. He had plenty of ammunition, and he thought to give the brutes such a lesson as should show them the uselessness of attempting to force an entrance. After that, he made the round of the house again, paying particular attention to the props that supported the study door. Then, feeling that he had done all that lay in his power to ensure their safety, he returned to the tower, calling in on his sister and Pepper for a final visit on the way. Pepper was asleep, but woke as he entered and wagged his tail in recognition. He thought he seemed slightly better. His sister was lying on the bed, though whether asleep or not he was unable to tell, and thus he left them. Reaching the tower, he made himself as comfortable as circumstances would permit and settled down to watch through the night. Gradually darkness fell, and soon the details of the gardens were merged into shadows. During the first few hours he sat alert, listening for any sound that might help to tell him if anything was stirring down below. It was far too dark for his eyes to be of much use. Slowly the hours passed without anything unusual happening, and the moon rose, showing the gardens apparently empty and silent. and so through the night without disturbance or sound. Toward the morning, he began to grow stiff and cold from his long vigil. Also, he was getting very uneasy concerning the continued quietness by the creatures. He mistrusted it, and would sooner far have them attack the house openly. At least then he should have known his danger and been able to meet it. But to wait like this through a whole night, picturing all kinds of unknown devilment, was to jeopardize one's sanity. Once or twice the thought came to him that perhaps they had gone, but in his heart he found it impossible to believe that it was so.
Chapter 9. In the Cellars. At last, what with being tired and cold and the uneasiness that possessed him, he resolved to take a walk through the house, first calling in at the study for a glass of brandy to warm him. This he did, and while there he examined the door carefully, but found all as he had left it the night before. The day was just breaking as he left the tower, though it was still too dark in the house to be able to see without a light, and he took one of the study candles with him on his round. By the time he had finished the ground floor, the daylight was creeping in wanly through the barred windows. His search had shown him nothing fresh. Everything appeared to be in order, and he was on the point of extinguishing his candle when the thought suggested itself to him to have another glance around the cellars. He had not, if he remembered rightly, been into them since his hasty search on the evening of the attack. For perhaps the half of a minute he hesitated. He would have been very willing to forego the task, as indeed he is inclined to think any man well might, for of all the great awe-inspiring rooms in this house, the cellars are the hugest and weirdest, great gloomy caverns of places unlit by any ray of daylight. Yet he would not shirk the work. He felt that to do so would smack of sheer cowardice. Besides, as he reassured himself, the cellars were really the most unlikely places in which to come across anything dangerous, considering that they can be entered only through a heavy oaken door, the key of which he carries always on his person. It is in the smallest of these places that he keeps his wine, a gloomy hole close to the foot of the cellar stairs, and beyond which he has seldom proceeded. Indeed, save for the rummage around already mentioned, he doubts whether he had ever before been right through the cellars. As he unlocked the great door at the top of the steps, he paused nervously a moment at the strange, desolate smell that assailed his nostrils. Then, throwing the barrel of his weapon forward, he descended slowly into the darkness of the underground regions. Reaching the bottom of the stairs, he stood for a minute and listened. All was silent, save for a faint drip, drip of water falling drop by drop somewhere to his left. As he stood, he noticed how quietly the candle burnt, never a flicker nor flare, so utterly windless was the place. Quietly he moved from cellar to cellar. He had but a very dim memory of their arrangement. The impressions left by his first search were blurred. He had recollections of a succession of great cellars, and of one greater than the rest, the roof of which was upheld by pillars. Beyond that, his mind was hazy and predominated by a sense of cold and darkness and shadows. Now, however, it was different, for although nervous, he was sufficiently collected to be able to look about him and note the structure and size of the different vaults he entered. Of course, with the amount of light given by his candle, it was not possible to examine each place minutely, but he was enabled to notice as he went along that the walls appeared to be built with wonderful precision and finish, while here and there an occasional massive pillar shot up to support the vaulted roof. Thus he came at last to the great cellar that he remembered. It is reached through a huge arched entrance, on which he observed strange, fantastic carvings, which threw queer shadows under the light of his candle. As he stood and examined these thoughtfully, it occurred to him how strange it was that he should be so little acquainted with his own house. Yet this may be easily understood when one realizes the size of this ancient pile, and the fact that only his old sister and he live in it, occupying a few of the rooms such as their wants decide. Holding the light high, he passed on into the cellar, and keeping to the right, paced slowly up until he reached the further end. He walked quietly and looked cautiously about as he went, but so far as the light showed, he saw nothing unusual.
At the top he turned to the left, still keeping to the wall, and so continued until he had traversed the whole of the vast chamber. As he moved along, he noticed that the floor was composed of solid rock, in places covered with a damp mold, in others bare, or almost so, save for a thin coating of light gray dust. He had halted at the doorway. Now, however, he turned and made his way up the center of the place, passing among the pillars and glancing to right and left as he moved. About halfway up the cellar, he stubbed his foot against something that gave out a metallic sound. Stooping quickly, he held the candle and saw that the object he had kicked was a large metal ring. Bending lower, he cleared the dust from around it and presently discovered that it was attached to a ponderous trap door, black with age. Feeling excited and wondering to where it could lead, he laid his gun on the floor and, sticking the candle in the trigger guard, took the ring in both hands and pulled. The trap creaked loudly, the sound echoing vaguely through the huge place, and opened heavily. Propping the edge on his knee, he reached for the candle and held it in the opening, moving it to left and right, but could see nothing. He was puzzled and surprised. There were no signs of steps, nor even the appearance of there ever having been any. Nothing save an empty blackness. He might have been looking down into a bottomless, sideless well. Then, as he stared, full of perplexity, he seemed to hear, far down, as though from untold depths, a faint whisper of sound. He bent his head quickly more into the opening and listened intently. It may have been fancy, but he could have sworn to hearing a soft titter that grew into a hideous chuckling, faint and distant. Startled, he leapt backward, letting the trap fall with a hollow clang that filled the place with echoes. Even then he seemed to hear that mocking, suggestive laughter, but this he knew must be his imagination. The sound he had heard was too slight to penetrate through the cumbersome trap. For a full minute he stood there quivering, glancing nervously behind and before, but the great cellar was silent as a grave, and gradually he shook off the frightened sensation. With a calmer mind, he became again curious to know into what that trap opened, but could not then summon sufficient courage to make a further investigation. One thing he felt, however, was that the trap ought to be secured. This he accomplished by placing upon it several large pieces of dressed stone, which he had noticed in his tour along the east wall. Then, after a final scrutiny of the rest of the place, he retraced his way through the cellars to the stairs, and so reached the daylight, with an infinite feeling of relief that the uncomfortable task was accomplished.
Chapter 10. The Time of Waiting. The sun was now warm and shining brightly, forming a wondrous contrast to the dark and dismal cellars, and it was with comparatively light feelings that he made his way up to the tower to survey the gardens. There he found everything quiet, and after a few minutes went down to Mary's room. Here, having knocked and received a reply, he unlocked the door. His sister was sitting quietly on the bed as though waiting. She seemed quite herself again and made no attempt to move away as he approached. Yet he observed that she scanned his face anxiously, as though in doubt and but half assured in her mind that there was nothing to fear from him. To his questions as to how she felt, she replied sanely enough that she was hungry and would like to go down to prepare breakfast if he did not mind. For a minute he meditated whether it would be safe to let her out. Finally, he told her she might go, on condition that she promised not to attempt to leave the house or meddle with any of the outer doors. At his mention of the doors, a sudden look of fright crossed her face, but she said nothing save to give the required promise, and then left the room silently. Crossing the floor, he approached Pepper. He had waked as he entered, but beyond a slight yelp of pleasure and a soft rapping with his tail had kept quiet. Now, as he patted him, he made an attempt to stand up and succeeded, only to fall back on his side with a little yowl of pain. He spoke to him and bade him lie still. He was greatly delighted with his improvement, and also with the natural kindness of his sister's heart in taking such good care of him, in spite of her condition of mind. After a while he left him and went downstairs to his study. In a little time, Mary appeared, carrying a tray on which smoked a hot breakfast. As she entered the room, he saw her gaze fasten on the props that supported the study door. Her lips tightened, and he thought she paled slightly, but that was all. Putting the tray down at his elbow, she was leaving the room quietly when he called her back. She came, it seemed, a little timidly, as though startled, and he noted that her hand clutched at her apron nervously. "Come, Mary," he said. "Cheer up. Things look brighter. I've seen none of the creatures since yesterday morning early." She looked at him in a curiously puzzled manner, as though not comprehending. Then intelligence swept into her eyes, and fear, but she said nothing beyond an unintelligible murmur of acquiescence. After that he kept silence. It was evident that any reference to the Swine-Things was more than her shaken nerves could bear. Breakfast over, he went up to the tower. Here, during the greater part of the day, he maintained a strict watch over the gardens. Once or twice he went down to the basement to see how his sister was getting along. Each time he found her quiet and curiously submissive. Indeed, on the last occasion, she even ventured to address him on her own account with regard to some household matter that needed attention. Though this was done with an almost extraordinary timidity, he hailed it with happiness as being the first word voluntarily spoken since the critical moment when he had caught her unbarring the back door to go out among those waiting brutes. He wondered whether she was aware of her attempt and how near a thing it had been, but refrained from questioning her, thinking it best to let well alone. That night he slept in a bed, the first time for 2 nights. In the morning he rose early and took a walk through the house. All was as it should be, and he went up to the tower to have a look at the gardens. Here again he found perfect quietness. At breakfast, when he met Mary, he was greatly pleased to see that she had sufficiently regained command over herself to be able to greet him in a perfectly natural manner. She talked sensibly and quietly, only keeping carefully from any mention of the past couple of days. In this, he humored her to the extent of not attempting to lead the conversation in that direction. Earlier in the morning, he had been to see Pepper. He was mending rapidly, and bade fair to be on his legs in earnest in another day or 2. Before leaving the breakfast table, he made some reference to his improvement. In the short discussion that followed, he was surprised to gather from his sister's remarks that she was still under the impression that his wound had been given by the wild cat of his invention. It made him feel almost ashamed of himself for deceiving her. Yet the lie had been told to prevent her from being frightened. And then he had been sure that she must have known the truth later when those brutes had attacked the house. During the day he kept on the alert, spending much of his time as on the previous day in the tower, but not a sign could he see of the swine creatures, nor hear any sound. Several times the thought had come to him that the things at last had left them, but up to this time he had refused to entertain the idea seriously. Now, however, he began to feel that there was reason for hope. It would soon be 3 days since he had seen any of the things, but still he intended to use the utmost caution. For all that he could tell, this protracted silence might be a ruse to tempt him from the house, perhaps right into their arms. The thought of such a contingency was alone sufficient to make him circumspect. So it was that the 4th, 5th, and 6th days went by quietly, without him making any attempt to leave the house. On the 6th day, he had the pleasure of seeing Pepper once more upon his feet, and though he was still very weak, he managed to keep him company during the whole of that day.
Chapter 11. The Searching of the Gardens. How slowly the time went, and never a thing to indicate that any of the brutes still infested the gardens. It was on the 9th day that finally he decided to run the risk, if any there were, and sally out. With this purpose in view, he loaded one of the shotguns carefully, choosing it as being more deadly than a rifle at close quarters, and then, after a final scrutiny of the grounds from the tower, he called Pepper to follow him and made his way down to the basement. At the door, he must confess to hesitating a moment. The thought of what might be awaiting him among the dark shrubberies was by no means calculated to encourage his resolution. It was but a second, though, and then he had drawn the bolts and was standing on the path, outside the door. Pepper followed, stopping at the doorstep to sniff suspiciously, and carrying his nose up and down the jambs as though following a scent. Then suddenly he turned sharply and started to run here and there in semicircles and circles all around the door, finally returning to the threshold. Here he began again to nose about. Hitherto he had stood watching the dog, yet all the time with half his gaze on the wild tangle of gardens stretching around him. Now he went toward him and, bending down, examined the surface of the door where he was smelling. He found that the wood was covered with a network of scratches, crossing and recrossing one another in inextricable confusion. In addition to this, he noticed that the doorposts themselves were gnawed in places. Beyond these he could find nothing, and so, standing up, he began to make the tour of the house wall. Pepper, as soon as he walked away, left the door and ran ahead, still nosing and sniffing as he went along. At times he stopped to investigate. Here it would be a bullet hole in the pathway, or perhaps a powder-stained wad. Anon it might be a piece of torn sod, or a disturbed patch of weedy path. But save for such trifles he found nothing. He observed him critically as he went along, and could discover nothing of uneasiness in his demeanor to indicate that he felt the nearness of any of the creatures. By this he was assured that the gardens were empty, at least for the present, of those hateful things. Pepper could not be easily deceived, and it was a relief to feel that he would know and give him timely warning if there were any danger. Reaching the place where he had shot that first creature, he stopped and made a careful scrutiny, but could see nothing. From there he went on to where the great coping stone had fallen. It lay on its side, apparently just as it had been left when he shot the brute that was moving it. A couple of feet to the right of the nearer end was a great dent in the ground, showing where it had struck. The other end was still within the indentation, half in and half out. Going nearer, he looked at the stone more closely. What a huge piece of masonry it was, and that creature had moved it single-handed in its attempt to reach what lay below. He went around to the further end of the stone. Here he found that it was possible to see under it for a distance of nearly a couple of feet. Still, he could see nothing of the stricken creatures, and he felt much surprised. He had, as he had before said, guessed that the remains had been removed, yet he could not conceive that it had been done so thoroughly as not to leave some certain sign beneath the stone indicative of their fate. He had seen several of the brutes struck down beneath it with such force that they must have been literally driven into the earth, and now not a vestige of them was to be seen, not even a blood stain. He felt more puzzled than ever as he turned the matter over in his mind, but could think of no plausible explanation, and so finally gave it up as one of the many things that were unexplainable. From there, he transferred his attention to the study door. He could see now even more plainly the effects of the tremendous strain to which it had been subjected, and he marveled how, even with the support afforded by the props, it had withstood the attacks so well. There were no marks of blows, indeed none had been given, but the door had been literally riven from its hinges by the application of enormous, silent force. One thing that he observed affected him profoundly. The head of one of the props had been driven right through a panel. This was of itself sufficient to show how huge an effort the creatures had made to break down the door, and how nearly they had succeeded. Leaving, he continued his tour around the house, finding little else of interest, save at the back where he came across the piece of piping he had torn from the wall, lying among the long grass underneath the broken window. Then he returned to the house, and having re-bolted the back door, went up to the tower. Here he spent the afternoon reading, and occasionally glancing down into the gardens. He had determined, if the night passed quietly, to go as far as the pit on the morrow. Perhaps he should be able to learn then something of what had happened. The day slipped away, and the night came and went
much as the last few nights had gone. When he rose, the morning had broken fine and clear, and he determined to put his project into action. During breakfast, he considered the matter carefully, after which he went to the study for his shotgun. In addition, he loaded and slipped into his pocket a small but heavy pistol. He quite understood that if there were any danger, it lay in the direction of the pit, and he intended to be prepared. Leaving the study, he went down to the back door, followed by Pepper. Once outside, he took a quick survey of the surrounding gardens and then set off towards the pit. On the way, he kept a sharp outlook, holding his gun handily. Pepper was running ahead, he noticed, without any apparent hesitation. From this, he augured that there was no imminent danger to be apprehended, and he stepped out more quickly in his wake. He had reached the top of the pit now and was nosing his way along the edge. A minute later, he was beside him, looking down into the pit. For a moment, he could scarcely believe that it was the same place, so greatly was it changed. The dark, wooded ravine of a fortnight ago, with a foliage-hidden stream running sluggishly at the bottom, existed no longer. Instead, his eyes showed him a ragged chasm, partly filled with a gloomy lake of turbid water. All one side of the ravine is stripped of underwood, showing the bare rock.
A little to his left, the side of the pit appeared to have collapsed altogether, forming a deep V-shaped cleft in the face of the rocky cliff. This rift ran from the upper edge of the ravine nearly down to the water and penetrated into the pit side to a distance of some 40 feet. Its opening was at least 6 yards across, and from this it seemed to taper into about 2. But what attracted his attention more than even the stupendous split itself was a great hole some distance down the cleft and right in the angle of the V. It was clearly defined and not unlike an arched doorway in shape, though lying as it did in the shadow, he could not see it very distinctly. The opposite side of the pit still retained its verdure, but so torn in places and everywhere covered with dust and rubbish that it was hardly distinguishable as such. His first impression that there had been a landslip was, he began to see, not sufficient of itself to account for all the changes he witnessed. And the water? He turned suddenly, for he had become aware that somewhere to his right there was a noise of running water. He could see nothing, but now that his attention had been caught, he distinguished easily that it came from somewhere at the east end of the pit. Slowly, he made his way in that direction, the sound growing plainer as he advanced, until in a little he stood right above it. Even then, he could not perceive the cause until he knelt down and thrust his head over the cliff. Here the noise came up to him plainly, and he saw below him a torrent of clear water issuing from a small fissure in the pit side and rushing down the rocks into the lake beneath. A little further along the cliff he saw another, and beyond that again 2 smaller ones. These, then, would help to account for the quantity of water in the pit, and if the fall of rock and earth had blocked the outlet of the stream at the bottom, there was little doubt that it was contributing a very large share. Yet he puzzled his head to account for the generally shaken appearance of the place, these streamlets and that huge cleft further up the ravine. It seemed to him that more than the landslip was necessary to account for these. He could imagine an earthquake or a great explosion creating some such condition of affairs as existed, but of these there had been neither. Then he stood up quickly, remembering that crash and the cloud of dust that had followed directly, rushing high into the air. But he shook his head unbelievingly. No, it must have been the noise of the falling rocks and earth he had heard. Of course, the dust would fly naturally. Still, in spite of his reasoning, he had an uneasy feeling that this theory did not satisfy his sense of the probable, and yet was any other that he could suggest likely to be half so plausible? Pepper had been sitting on the grass while he conducted his examination. Now, as he turned up the north side of the ravine, he rose and followed. Slowly, and keeping a careful watch in all directions, he made the circuit of the pit, but found little else that he had not already seen. From the west end, he could see the 4 waterfalls uninterruptedly. They were some considerable distance up from the surface of the lake, about 50 feet, he calculated.
For a little while longer he loitered about, keeping his eyes and ears open, but still without seeing or hearing anything suspicious. The whole place was wonderfully quiet. Indeed, save for the continuous murmur of the water at the top end, no sound of any description broke the silence. All this while, Pepper had shown no signs of uneasiness. This seemed to him to indicate that for the time being at least, there was none of the swine creatures in the vicinity. So far as he could see, his attention appeared to have been taken chiefly with scratching and sniffing among the grass at the edge of the pit. At times he would leave the edge and run along toward the house, as though following invisible tracks, but in all cases returning after a few minutes. He had little doubt but that he was really tracing out the footsteps of the Swine-Things, and the very fact that each one seemed to lead him back to the pit appeared to him a proof that the brutes had all returned whence they came. At noon he went home for dinner. During the afternoon he made a partial search of the gardens accompanied by Pepper, but without coming upon anything to indicate the presence of the creatures. Once, as they made their way through the shrubberies, Pepper rushed in among some bushes with a fierce yelp. At that he jumped back in sudden fright and threw his gun forward in readiness, only to laugh nervously as Pepper reappeared, chasing an unfortunate cat. Toward evening he gave up the search and returned to the house. All at once, as they were passing a great clump of bushes on their right, Pepper disappeared, and he could hear him sniffing and growling among them in a suspicious manner. With his gun barrel, he parted the intervening shrubbery and looked inside. There was nothing to be seen save that many of the branches were bent down and broken, as though some animal had made a lair there at no very previous date. It was probably, he thought, one of the places occupied by some of the swine creatures on the night of the attack. Next day he resumed his search through the gardens, but without result. By evening he had been right through them, and now he knew beyond the possibility of doubt that there were no longer any of the things concealed about the place. Indeed, he has often thought since that he was correct in his earlier surmise that they had left soon after the attack.
Chapter 12. The Subterranean Pit. Another week came and went, during which he spent a great deal of his time about the pit mouth. He had come to the conclusion a few days earlier that the arched hole in the angle of the great rift was the place through which the Swine-Things had made their exit from some unholy place in the bowels of the world. How near the probable truth this went, he was to learn later. It may be easily understood that he was tremendously curious, though in a frightened way, to know to what infernal place that hole led, though so far the idea had not struck him seriously of making an investigation. He was far too much imbued with a sense of horror of the swine creatures to think of venturing willingly where there was any chance of coming into contact with them. Gradually, however, as time passed, this feeling grew insensibly less, so that when a few days later the thought occurred to him that it might be possible to clamber down and have a look into the hole, he was not so exceedingly averse to it as might have been imagined. Still, he does not think even then that he really intended to try any such foolhardy adventure. For all that he could tell, it might be certain death to enter that doleful-looking opening. And yet, such is the pertinacity of human curiosity that at last his chief desire was but to discover what lay beyond that gloomy entrance. Slowly as the days slid by, his fear of the Swine-Things became an emotion of the past, more an unpleasant, incredible memory than aught else. Thus a day came when, throwing thoughts and fancies adrift, he procured a rope from the house, and having made it fast to a stout tree at the top of the rift, and some little distance back from the pit edge, let the other end down into the cleft until it dangled right across the mouth of the dark hole. Then, cautiously, and with many misgivings as to whether it was not a mad act that he was attempting, he climbed slowly down, using the rope as a support until he reached the hole. Here, still holding on to the rope, he stood and peered in. All was perfectly dark, and not a sound came to him. Yet a moment later it seemed that he could hear something. He held his breath and listened,
but all was silent as the grave, and he breathed freely once more. At the same instant, he heard the sound again. It was like a noise of labored breathing, deep and sharp drawn. For a short second he stood petrified, not able to move. But now the sounds had ceased again, and he could hear nothing. As he stood there anxiously, his foot dislodged a pebble, which fell inward into the dock with a hollow chink. At once the noise was taken up and repeated a score of times, each succeeding echo being fainter and seeming to travel away from him as though into remote distance. Then, as the silence fell again, he heard that stealthy breathing. For each respiration he made, he could hear an answering breath. The sounds appeared to be coming nearer, and then he heard several others, but fainter and more distant. Why he did not grip the rope and spring up out of danger, he cannot say. It was as though he had been paralyzed. He broke out into a profuse sweat and tried to moisten his lips with his tongue. His throat had gone suddenly dry, and he coughed huskily. It came back to him in a dozen horrible, throaty tones, mockingly. He peered helplessly into the gloom, but still nothing showed. He had a strange, choky sensation, and again he coughed dryly. Again the echo took it up, rising and falling grotesquely, and dying slowly into a muffled silence. Then suddenly a thought came to him, and he held his breath. The other breathing stopped. He breathed again, and once more it recommenced. But now he no longer feared. He knew that the strange sounds were not made by any lurking swine creature, but were simply the echo of his own respirations. Yet he had received such a fright that he was glad to scramble up the rift and haul up the rope. He was far too shaken and nervous to think of entering that dark hole then, and so returned to the house. He felt more himself next morning, but even then he could not summon up sufficient courage to explore the place. All this time the water in the pit had been creeping slowly up, and now stood but a little below the opening. At the rate at which it was rising, it would be level with the floor in less than another week, and he realized that unless he carried out his investigations soon, he should probably never do so at all, as the water would rise and rise until the opening itself was submerged. It may have been that this thought stirred him to act, but whatever it was, a couple of days later saw him standing at the top of the cleft, fully equipped for the task. This time he was resolved to conquer his shirking and go right through with the matter. With this intention, he had brought, in addition to the rope, a bundle of candles, meaning to use them as a torch, also his double-barreled shotgun. In his belt, he had a heavy horse pistol loaded with buckshot. As before, he fastened the rope to the tree. Then, having tied his gun across his shoulders with a piece of stout cord, he lowered himself over the edge of the pit. At this movement, Pepper, who had been eyeing his actions watchfully, rose to his feet and ran to him with a half-bark, half-wail, it seemed to him, of warning. But he was resolved on his enterprise and bade him lie down. He would much have liked to take him with him, but this was next to impossible in the existing circumstances. As his face dropped level with the pit edge, Pepper licked him right across the mouth, and then seizing his sleeve between his teeth, began to pull back strongly. It was very evident that he did not want him to go. Yet, having made his mind, he had no intention of giving up the attempt, and with a sharp word to Pepper to release him, he continued his descent, leaving the poor old fellow at the top, barking and crying like a forsaken pup. Carefully he lowered himself from projection to projection. He knew that a slip might mean a wetting. Reaching the entrance, he let go of the rope and untied the gun from his shoulders. Then, with a last look at the sky, which he noticed was clouding rapidly, he went forward a couple of paces so as to be shielded from the wind, and lit one of the candles. Holding it above his head and grasping his gun firmly, he began to move on slowly, throwing his glances in all directions. For the first minute, he could hear the melancholy sound of Pepper's howling coming down to him. Gradually, as he penetrated further into the darkness, it grew fainter, until in a little while he could hear nothing. The path tended downward somewhat, and to the left. Thence it kept on, still running to the left, until he found that it was leading him right in the direction of the house. Very cautiously he moved onward, stopping every few steps to listen. He had gone perhaps 100 yards when suddenly it seemed to him that he caught a faint sound somewhere along the passage behind him. With his heart thudding heavily, he listened. The noise grew plainer and appeared to be approaching rapidly. He could hear it distinctly now. It was the soft padding of running feet. In the first moments of fright, he stood irresolute, not knowing whether to go forward or backward. Then, with a sudden realization of the best thing to do, he backed up to the rocky wall to his right, and, holding the candle above his head, waited, gun in hand, cursing his foolhardy curiosity for bringing him into such a strait. He had not long to wait, but a few seconds before two eyes reflected back from the gloom the rays of his candle. He raised his gun, using his right hand only, and aimed quickly. Even as he did so, something leapt out of the darkness with a blustering bark of joy that woke the echoes like thunder. It was Pepper. How he contrived to scramble down the cleft, he cannot conceive. As he brushed his hand nervously over his coat, he noticed that he was dripping, and concluded that he must have tried to follow him and fallen into the water, from which he would not find it very difficult to climb up. Having waited a minute or so to steady himself, he proceeded along the way, Pepper following quietly. He was curiously glad to have the old fellow with him. He was company, and somehow with him at his heels, he was less afraid. Also, he knew how quickly his keen ears would detect the presence of any unwelcome creature, should there be such, amid the darkness that wrapped them. For some minutes they went slowly along, the path still leading straight towards the house. Soon, he concluded, they should be standing right beneath it, did the path but carry far enough. He led the way cautiously for another 50 yards or so, then he stopped and held the light high. And reason enough he had to be thankful that he did so, for there, not 3 paces forward, the path vanished, and in place showed a hollow blackness that sent sudden fear through him. Very cautiously he crept forward and peered down, but could see nothing. Then he crossed to the left of the passage to see whether there might be any continuation of the path. Here, right against the wall, he found that a narrow track some 3 feet wide led onward. Carefully he stepped onto it, but had not gone far before he regretted venturing thereon. For after a few paces, the already narrow way resolved itself into a mere ledge, with on the one side the solid, unyielding rock towering up in a great wall to the unseen roof, and on the other that yawning chasm. He could not help reflecting how helpless he was should he be attacked there, with no room to turn, and where even the recoil of his weapon might be sufficient to drive him headlong into the depths below. To his great relief, a little further on, the track suddenly broadened out again to its original breadth. Gradually, as he went onward, he noticed that the path trended steadily to the right, and so, after some minutes, he discovered that he was not going forward, but simply circling the huge abyss. He had evidently come to the end of the great passage. 5 minutes later, he stood on the spot from which he had started, having been completely around what he guessed now to be a vast pit, the mouth of which must be at least 100 yards across. For some little time he stood there, lost in perplexing thought. "What does it all mean?" was the cry that had begun to reiterate through his brain. A sudden idea struck him, and he searched around for a piece of stone.
Presently, he found a bit of rock about the size of a small loaf. Sticking the candle upright in a crevice of the floor, he went back from the edge somewhat, and taking a short run, launched the stone forward into the chasm, his idea being to throw it far enough to keep it clear of the sides. Then he stooped forward and listened, but though he kept perfectly quiet for at least a full minute, no sound came back to him from out of the dark. He knew then that the depth of the hole must be immense, for the stone, had it struck anything, was large enough to have set the echoes of that weird place whispering for an indefinite period. Even as it was, the cavern had given back the sounds of his footfalls multitudinously. The place was awesome, and he would willingly have retraced his steps and left the mysteries of its solitudes unsolved, only to do so meant admitting defeat. Then a thought came to try to get a view of the abyss. It occurred to him that if he placed his candles around the edge of the hole, he should be able to get at least some dim sight of the place. He found, on counting, that he had brought 15 candles in the bundle, his first intention having been, as he had already said, to make a torch of the lot. These he proceeded to place around the pit mouth, with an interval of about 20 yards between each. Having completed the circle, he stood in the passage and endeavored to get an idea of how the place looked, but he discovered immediately that they were totally insufficient for his purpose. They did little more than make the gloom visible. One thing they did, however, and that was they confirmed his opinion of the size of the opening, and although they showed him nothing that he wanted to see, yet the contrast they afforded to the heavy darkness pleased him curiously. It was as though 15 tiny stars shone through the subterranean night. Then, even as he stood, Pepper gave a sudden howl that was taken up by the echoes and repeated with ghastly variations, dying away slowly. With a quick movement, he held aloft the one candle that he had kept and glanced down at the dog. At the same moment, he seemed to hear a noise like a diabolical chuckle rise up from the hitherto silent depths of the pit. He started. Then he recollected that it was probably the echo of Pepper's howl. Pepper had moved away from him up the passage a few steps. He was nosing along the rocky floor, and he thought he heard him lapping. He went toward him, holding the candle low. As he moved, he heard his boot go sop, sop, and the light was reflected from something that glistened and crept past his feet swiftly toward the pit. He bent lower and looked, then gave vent to an expression of surprise. From somewhere higher up the path, a stream of water was running quickly in the direction of the great opening and growing in size every second. Again, Pepper gave vent to that deep-drawn howl, and running at him seized his coat and attempted to drag him up the path toward the entrance. With a nervous gesture, he shook him off and crossed quickly over to the left-hand wall. If anything were coming, he was going to have the wall at his back. Then, as he stared anxiously up the pathway, his candle caught a gleam far up the passage. At the same moment, he became conscious of a murmurous roar that grew louder and filled the whole cavern with deafening sound. From the pit came a deep, hollow echo, like the sob of a giant. Then he had sprung to one side onto the narrow ledge that ran around the abyss, and turning, saw a great wall of foam sweep past him and leap tumultuously into the waiting chasm. A cloud of spray burst over him, extinguishing his candle and wetting him to the skin. He still held his gun. The 3 nearest candles went out, but the further ones gave only a short flicker. After the first rush, the flow of water eased down to a steady stream, maybe a foot in depth, though he could not see this until he had procured one of the lidded candles and with it started to reconnoiter. Pepper had fortunately followed him as he leapt for the ledge, and now, very much subdued, kept close behind. A short examination showed him that the water reached right across the passage and was running at a tremendous rate. Already, even as he stood there, it had deepened. He could make only a guess at what had happened. Evidently, the water in the ravine had broken into the passage by some means. If that were the case, it would go on increasing in volume until he should find it impossible to leave the place. The thought was frightening. It was evident that he must make his exit as hurriedly as possible. Taking his gun by the stock, he sounded the water. It was a little under knee-deep. The noise it made plunging down into the pit was deafening. Then, with a call to Pepper, he stepped out into the flood, using the gun as a staff. Instantly, the water boiled up over his knees and nearly to the tops of his thighs with the speed at which it was racing. For one short moment, he nearly lost his footing, but the thought of what lay behind stimulated him to a fierce endeavor, and step by step he made headway. Of Pepper he knew nothing at first. He had all he could do to keep on his legs, and was overjoyed when he appeared beside him. He is a big dog with longish, thin legs, and I suppose the water had less grasp on them than upon his. Anyway, he managed a great deal better than I did, going ahead of me like a guide, and wittingly or otherwise helping somewhat to break the force of the water. On they went, step by step, struggling and gasping, until somewhere about 100 yards had been safely traversed. Then, whether it was because he was taking less care or that there was a slippery place on the rocky floor, he cannot say, but suddenly he slipped and fell on his face. Instantly, the water leapt over him in a cataract, hurling him down toward that bottomless hole at a frightful speed. Frantically he struggled, but it was impossible to get a footing. He was helpless, gasping and drowning. All at once, something gripped his coat and brought him to a standstill. It was Pepper. Missing him, he must have raced back through the dark turmoil to find him, and then caught and held him until he was able to get to his feet. I have a dim recollection of having seen momentarily the gleams of several lights, but of this he has never been quite sure. If his impressions are correct, he must have been washed down to the very brink of that awful chasm before Pepper managed to bring him to a standstill. And the lights, of course, could only have been the distant flames of the candles he had left burning. But as he has said, he is not by any means sure. His eyes were full of water, and he had been badly shaken. And there he was, without his helpful gun, without light, and sadly confused, with the water deepening, depending solely on his old friend Pepper to help him out of that hellish place. He was facing the turret. Naturally, it was the only way in which he could have sustained his position a moment, for even old Pepper could not have held him long against that terrific strain without assistance, however blind from him. Perhaps a minute passed, during which it was touch and go with him. Then gradually he recommenced his tortuous way up the passage, and so began the grimmest fight with death from which he hopes to emerge victorious. Slowly, furiously, almost hopelessly he strove, and that faithful Pepper led him, dragged him upward and onward, until at last, ahead, he saw a gleam of blessed light. It was the entrance. Only a few yards further, and he reached the opening with the water surging and boiling hungrily around his loins. And now he understood the cause of the catastrophe. It was raining heavily, literally in torrents. The surface of the lake was level with the bottom of the opening, nay, more than level, it was above it. Evidently, the rain had swellened the lake and caused this premature rise, for at the rate the ravine had been filling, it would not have reached the entrance for a couple more days. Luckily, the rope by which he had descended was streaming into the opening upon the inrushing waters. Seizing the end, he knotted it securely around Pepper's body. Then, summoning up the last remnant of his strength, he commenced to swarm up the side of the cliff. He reached the pit edge in the last stage of exhaustion, yet he had to
make one more effort and haul Pepper into safety. Slowly and wearily he hauled on the rope. Once or twice it seemed that he should have to give up, for Pepper is a weighty dog and he was utterly done. Yet to let go would have meant certain death to the old fellow, and the thought spurred him to greater exertions. He has but a very hazy remembrance of the end. He recalls pulling through moments that lagged strangely. He has also some recollection of seeing Pepper's muzzle appearing over the pit edge after what seemed an indefinite period of time. Then all grew suddenly dark. He supposes he must have swooned, for the next thing he remembers, he opened his eyes and all was dusk. He was lying on his back with one leg doubled under the other, and Pepper was licking his ears. He felt horribly stiff, and his leg was numb from the knee downward. For a few minutes he lay thus in a dazed condition. Then, slowly, he struggled to a sitting position and looked about him. It had stopped raining, but the trees still dripped dismally. From the pit came a continuous murmur of running water. He felt cold and shivery. His clothes were sodden, and he ached all over. Very slowly the life came back into his numbed leg, and after a little he essayed to stand up. This he managed at the second attempt, but he was very tottery and peculiarly weak. It seemed to him that he was going to be ill, and he made shift to stumble his way toward the house. His steps were erratic and his head confused. At each step that he took, sharp pains shot through his limbs. He had gone perhaps some 30 paces when a cry from Pepper drew his attention, and he turned stiffly toward him. The old dog was trying to follow him, but could come no further owing to the rope with which he had hauled him up being still tied around his body, the other end not having been unfastened from the tree. For a moment he fumbled with the knots weakly, but they were wet and hard, and he could do nothing. Then he remembered his knife, and in a minute the rope was cut. How he reached the house he scarcely knows, and of the days that followed he remembers still less. Of one thing he is certain, that had it not been for his sister's untiring love and nursing, he had not been writing at this moment. When he recovered his senses, it was to find that he had been in bed for nearly 2 weeks. Yet another week passed before he was strong enough to totter out into the gardens. Even then he was not able to walk so far as the pit. He would have liked to ask his sister how high the water had risen, but felt it was wiser not to mention the subject to her. Indeed, since then, he has made a rule never to speak to her about the strange things that happen in this great old house. It was not until a couple of days later that he managed to get across to the pit. There he found that in his few weeks' absence there had been wrought a wondrous change. Instead of the 3 parts filled ravine, he looked out upon a great lake, whose placid surface reflected the light coldly. The water had risen to within half a dozen feet of the pit edge. Only in one part was the lake disturbed, and that was above the place where, far down under the silent waters, yawned the entrance to the vast underground pit. Here there was a continuous bubbling, and occasionally a curious sort of sobbing gurgle would find its way up from the depth. Beyond these there was nothing to tell of the things that were hidden beneath. As he stood there, it came to him how wonderfully things had worked out. The entrance to the place whence the swine creatures had come was sealed up by a power that made him feel there was nothing more to fear from them. And yet, with the feeling, there was a sensation that now he should never learn anything further of the place from which those dreadful things had come. It was completely shut off and concealed from human curiosity forever. Strange, in the knowledge of that underground hellhole, how apposite has been the naming of the pit. One wonders how it originated and when. Naturally, one concludes that the shape and depth in the ravine would suggest the name pit. Yet is it not possible that it has all along held a deeper significance, a hint, could one but have guessed, of the greater, more stupendous pit that lies far down in the earth beneath this old house? Under this house. Even now the idea is strange and terrible to him, for he has proved beyond doubt that the pit yawns right below the house, which is evidently supported somewhere above the center of it upon a tremendous arched roof of solid rock. It happened in this wise, that having occasion to go down to the cellars, the thought occurred to him to pay a visit to the great vault where the trap is situated and see whether everything was as he had left it. Reaching the place, he walked slowly up the center until he came to the trap. There it was, with the stones piled upon it just as he had seen it last. He had a lantern with him, and the idea came to him that now would be a good time to investigate whatever lay under the great oak slab. Placing the lantern on the floor, he tumbled the stones off the trap, and grasping the ring, pulled the door open. As he did so, the cellar became filled with the sound of murmurous thunder that rose from far below. At the same time, a damp wind blew up into his face, bringing with it a load of fine spray. Therewith he dropped the trap hurriedly, with a half-frightened feeling of wonder.
For a moment he stood puzzled. He was not particularly afraid. The haunting fear of the Swine-Things had left him long ago, but he was certainly nervous and astonished. Then a sudden thought possessed him, and he raised the ponderous door with a feeling of excitement. Leaving it standing on its end, he seized the lantern and, kneeling, thrust it into the opening. As he did so, the moist wind and spray drove in his eyes, making him unable to see for a few moments. Even when his eyes were clear, he could distinguish nothing below him, save darkness and whirling spray. Seeing that it was useless to expect to make out anything with the light so high, he felt in his pockets for a piece of twine to lower it further into the opening. Even as he fumbled, the lantern slipped from his fingers and hurtled down into the darkness. For a brief instant he watched its fall and saw the light shine on a tumult of white foam some 100 or 1,000 feet below him. Then it was gone. His sudden surmise was correct, and now he knew the cause of the wet and noise. The great cellar was connected with the pit by means of the trap, which opened right above it, and the moisture was the spray rising from the water falling into the depths. In an instant he had an explanation of certain things that had hitherto puzzled him. Now he could understand why the noises on the first night of the invasion seemed to rise directly from under his feet, and the chuckle that had sounded when first he opened the trap. Evidently some of the Swine-Things must have been right beneath him. Another thought struck him. Were the creatures all drowned? Would they drown? He remembered how unable he had been to find any traces to show that his shooting had been really fatal. Had they life as we understand life, or were they ghouls? These thoughts flashed through his brain as he stood in the dark, searching his pockets for matches. He had the box in his hand now, and striking a light, he stepped to the trapdoor and closed it. Then he piled the stones back upon it, after which he made his way out from the cellars. And so he supposes the water goes on thundering down into that bottomless hell pit. Sometimes he has an inexplicable desire to go down to the great cellar, open the trap, and gaze into the impenetrable spray-damp darkness. At times, the desire becomes almost overpowering in its intensity. It is not mere curiosity that prompts him, but more as though some unexplained influence were at work. Still, he never goes, and intends to fight down the strange longing and crush it, even as he would the unholy thought of self-destruction. This idea of some intangible force being exerted may seem reasonless, yet his instinct warns him that it is not so. In these things, reason seems to him less to be trusted than instinct. One thought there is in closing that impresses itself upon him with ever-growing insistence. It is that he lives in a very strange house, a very awful house, and he has begun to wonder whether he is doing wisely in staying here. Yet if he left, where could he go and still obtain the solitude and the sense of her presence that alone make his old life bearable?
Chapter 14. The Sea of Sleep. For a considerable period after the last incident which he has narrated in his diary, he had serious thoughts of leaving this house, and might have done so, but for the great and wonderful thing of which he is about to write. How well he was advised in his heart when he stayed on here, spite of those visions and sights of unknown and unexplainable things, for had he not stayed then, he had not seen again the face of her he loved. Yes, though few know it, none now save his sister Mary, he has loved and, ah me, lost. He would write down the story of those sweet old days, but it would be like the tearing of old wounds. Yet after that which has happened, what need has he to care? For she has come to him out of the unknown. Strangely she warned him passionately against this house, begged him to leave it, but admitted when he questioned her that she could not have come to him had he been elsewhere. Yet in spite of this still she warned him earnestly, telling him that it was a place long ago given over to evil and under the power of grim laws of which none here have knowledge. And he just asked her again whether she would come to him elsewhere, and she could only stand silent. It was thus that he came to the place of the Sea of Sleep, so she termed it in her dear speech with him. He had stayed up in his study reading and must have dozed over the book.
Suddenly he awoke and sat upright with a start. For a moment he looked around with a puzzled sense of something unusual. There was a misty look about the room, giving a curious softness to each table and chair and furnishing. Gradually the mistiness increased, growing as it were out of nothing. Then slowly a soft white light began to glow in the room. The flames of the candles shone through it palely. He looked from side to side and found that he could still see each piece of furniture, but in a strangely unreal way, more as though the ghost of each table and chair had taken the place of the solid article. Gradually, as he looked, he saw them fade and fade, until slowly they resolved into nothingness. Now he looked again at the candles. They shone wanly, and even as he watched, grew more unreal, and so vanished. The room was filled now with a soft, yet luminous white twilight, like a gentle mist of light. Beyond this he could see nothing. Even the walls had vanished. Presently he became conscious that a faint, continuous sound pulsed through the silence that wrapped him. He listened intently. It grew more distinct until it appeared to him that he harked to the breathings of some great sea. He cannot tell how long a space passed thus, but after a while it seemed that he could see through the mistiness, and slowly he became aware that he was standing upon the shore of an immense and silent sea. This shore was smooth and long, vanishing to right and left of him in extreme distances. In front swam a still immensity of sleeping ocean. At times it seemed to him that he caught a faint glimmer of light under its surface, but of this he could not be sure. Behind him rose up to an extraordinary height gaunt black cliffs. Overhead the sky was of a uniform cold gray color, the whole place being lit by a stupendous globe of pale fire that swam a little above the far horizon and shed a foam-like light above the quiet waters. Beyond the gentle murmur of the sea, an intense stillness prevailed. For a long while he stayed there, looking out across its strangeness. Then, as he stared, it seemed that a bubble of white foam floated up out of the depths, and then, even now, he knows not how it was, he was looking upon, nay, looking into the face of her, aye, into her face, into her soul. And she looked back at him with such a commingling of joy and sadness that he ran toward her blindly, crying strangely to her in a very agony of remembrance, of terror and of hope, to come to him. Yet spite of his crying, she stayed out there upon the sea and only shook her head sorrowfully, but in her eyes was the old earth light of tenderness that he had come to know before all things ere they were parted. At her perverseness he grew desperate, and essayed to wade out to her, yet though he would, he could not. Some invisible barrier held him back, and he was fain to stay where he was and cry out to her in the fullness of his soul, "Oh, my darling, my darling!" but could say no more for very intensity. And at that she came over swiftly and touched him, and it was as though heaven had opened. Yet when he reached out his hands to her, she put him from her with tenderly stern hands, and he was abashed.
Chapter 15. The Noise in the Night. And now he comes to the strangest of all the strange happenings that have befallen him in this house of mysteries. It occurred quite lately, within the month, and he has little doubt but that what he saw was in reality the end of all things. However, to his story. He does not know how it is, but up to the present he has never been able to write these things down directly they happened. It is as though he has to wait a time, recovering his just balance and digesting, as it were, the things he has heard or seen. No doubt this is as it should be, for by waiting he sees the incidents more truly and writes of them in a calmer and more judicial frame of mind. This by the way. It is now the end of November. His story relates to what happened in the first week of the month. It was night, about 11 o'clock.
Pepper and he kept one another company in the study, that great old room where he reads and works. He was reading, curiously enough, the Bible. He has begun in these later days to take a growing interest in that great and ancient book. Suddenly, a distinct tremor shook the house, and there came a faint and distant whirring buzz that grew rapidly into a far, muffled screaming. It reminded him in a queer, gigantic way of the noise that a clock makes when the catch is released and it is allowed to run down. The sound appeared to come from some remote height, somewhere up in the night. There was no repetition of the shock. He looked across at Pepper. He was sleeping peacefully. Gradually, the whirring noise decreased, and there came a long silence. All at once, a glow lit up the end window, which protrudes far out from the side of the house, so that from it one may look both east and west. He felt puzzled, and after a moment's hesitation, walked across the room and pulled aside the blind. As he did so, he saw the sun rise from behind the horizon. It rose with a steady, perceptible movement. He could see it travel upward. In a minute, it seemed it had reached the tops of the trees through which he had watched it. Up, up. It was broad daylight now. Behind him, he was conscious of a sharp, mosquito-like buzzing. He glanced around and knew that it came from the clock. Even as he looked, it marked off an hour. The minute hand was moving around the dial faster than an ordinary second hand. The hour hand moved quickly from space to space. He had a numb sense of astonishment. A moment later, so it seemed, the two candles went out almost together. He turned swiftly back to the window, for he had seen the shadow of the window frames traveling along the floor toward him, as though a great lamp had been carried up past the window. He saw now that the sun had risen high into the heavens and was still visibly moving. It passed above the house with an extraordinary sailing kind of motion. As the window came into shadow, he saw another extraordinary thing. The fine weather clouds were not passing easily across the sky. They were scampering as though 100-mile-an-hour wind blew. As they passed, they changed their shapes 1,000 times a minute, as though writhing with a strange life, and so were gone. And presently others came and whisked away likewise. To the west, he saw the sun drop with an incredible smooth, swift motion. Eastward, the shadows of every seen thing crept toward the coming grayness, and the movement of the shadows was visible to him, a stealthy, writhing creep of the shadows of the wind-stirred trees. It was a strange sight. Quickly, the room began to darken. The sun slid down to the horizon and seemed, as it were, to disappear from his sight, almost with a jerk. Through the grayness of the swift evening, he saw the silver crescent of the moon falling out of the southern sky toward the west. The evening seemed to merge into an almost instant night. Above him, the many constellations passed in a strange, noiseless circling westward. The moon fell through that last 1,000 fathoms of the night gulf, and there was only the starlight. About this time, the buzzing in the corner ceased, telling him that the clock had run down. A few minutes passed, and he saw the eastward sky lighten. A gray, sullen morning spread through all the darkness and hid the march of the stars. Overhead, there moved with a heavy, everlasting rolling a vast, seamless sky of gray clouds, a cloud sky that would have seemed motionless through all the length of an ordinary Earth day. The sun was hidden from him, but from moment to moment the world would brighten and darken beneath waves of subtle light and shadow. The light shifted ever westward, and the night fell upon the earth. A vast rain seemed to come with it, and a wind of an extraordinary loudness, as though the howling of a night-long gale were packed into the space of no more than a minute. This noise passed almost immediately, and the clouds broke, so that once more he could see the sky. The stars were flying westward with astounding speed.
It came to him now, for the first time, that though the noise of the wind had passed, yet a constant blurred sound was in his ears. Now that he noticed it, he was aware that it had been with him all the time. It was the world noise. And then, even as he grasped at so much comprehension, there came the eastward light. No more than a few heartbeats, and the sun rose swiftly. Through the trees he saw it, and then it was above the trees. Up, up, it soared, and all the world was light. It passed with a swift, steady swing to its highest altitude, and fell thence westward. He saw the day roll visibly over his head. A few light clouds flittered northward and vanished. The sun went down with one swift, clear plunge, and there was about him for a few seconds the darker growing gray of the gloaming. Southward and westward, the moon was sinking rapidly. The night had already come. A minute, it seemed, and the moon fell those remaining 1,000 fathoms of dark sky. Another minute or so, and the eastward sky glowed with the coming dawn. The sun leapt upon him with a frightening abruptness and soared ever more swiftly toward the zenith. Then suddenly a fresh thing came to his sight. A black thundercloud rushed up out of the south and seemed to leap all the arc of the sky in a single instant. As it came, he saw that its advancing edge flapped like a monstrous black cloth in the heaven, twirling and undulating rapidly with a horrid suggestiveness. In an instant, all the air was full of rain, and 100 lightning flashes seemed to flood downward, as it were in one great shower. In the same second of time, the world noise was drowned in the roar of the wind, and then his ears ached under the stunning impact of the thunder.
And in the midst of this storm, the night came. And then within the space of another minute, the storm had passed, and there was only the constant blur of the world noise on his hearing. Overhead, the stars were sliding quickly westward, and something, mayhaps the particular speed to which they had attained, brought home to him for the first time a keen realization of the knowledge that it was the world that revolved. He seemed to see suddenly the world, a vast dark mass, revolving visibly against the stars. The dawn and the sun seemed to come together, so greatly had the speed of the world revolution increased. The sun drove up in one long, steady curve, passed its highest point, and swept down into the western sky and disappeared. He was scarcely conscious of evening, so brief was it. Then he was watching the flying constellations and the westward hastening moon. In but a space of seconds, so it seemed, it was sliding swiftly downward through the night blue, and then was gone. And almost directly came the morning. And now there seemed to come a strange acceleration. The sun made one clean, clear sweep through the sky and disappeared behind the western horizon, and the night came and went with a like haste. As the succeeding day opened and closed upon the world, he was aware of a sweat of snow suddenly upon the earth. The night came, and almost immediately the day. In the brief leap of the sun, he saw that the snow had vanished, and then once more it was night. Thus matters were, and even after the many incredible things that he has seen, he experienced all the time a most profound awe. To see the sun rise and set within a space of time to be measured by seconds, to watch after a little the moon leap, a pale and ever-growing orb up into the night sky, and glide with a strange swiftness through the vast arc of blue, and presently to see the sun follow, springing out of the eastern sky as though in chase, and then again the night with the swift and ghostly passing of starry constellations was all too much to view believingly. Yet so it was, the day slipping from dawn to dusk, and the night sliding swiftly into day, ever rapidly and more rapidly. The last 3 passages of the sun had shown him a snow-covered earth, which at night had seemed for a few seconds incredibly weird under the fast shifting light of the soaring and falling moon. Now, however, for a little space, the sky was hidden by a sea of swaying leaden-white clouds, which lightened and blackened alternately with the passage of day and night. The clouds rippled and vanished, and there was once more before him the vision of the swiftly leaping sun, and nights that came and went like shadows. Faster and faster spun the world, and now each day and night was completed within the space of but a few seconds, and still the speed increased. It was a little later that he noticed that the sun had begun to have the suspicion of a trail of fire behind it. This was due evidently to the speed at which it apparently traversed the heavens. And as the days sped, each one quicker than the last, the sun began to assume the appearance of a vast flaming comet flaring across the sky at short periodic intervals. At night, the moon presented with much greater truth a comet-like aspect, a pale and singularly clear, fast-traveling shape of fire, trailing streaks of cold flame. The stars showed now merely as fine hairs of fire against the dark. Once he turned from the window and glanced at Pepper. In the flash of a day he saw that he slept quietly, and he moved once more to his watching. The sun was now bursting up from the eastern horizon like a stupendous rocket, seeming to occupy no more than a second or two in hurling from east to west. He could no longer perceive the passage of clouds across the sky, which seemed to have darkened somewhat. The brief nights appeared to have lost the proper darkness of night, so that the hair-like fire of the flying stars showed but dimly. As the speed increased, the sun began to sway very slowly in the sky from south to north, and then slowly again from north to south. So, amid a strange confusion of mind, the hours passed. All this while had Pepper slept. Presently, feeling lonely and distraught, he called to him softly, but he took no notice. Again he called, raising his voice slightly. Still he moved not. He walked over to where he lay and touched him with his foot to rouse him. At the action, gentle though it was, he fell to pieces. That is what happened. He literally and actually crumbled into a moldering heap of bones and dust. For the space of perhaps a minute, he stared down at the shapeless heap that had once been Pepper. He stood feeling stunned. What can have happened, he asked himself, not at once grasping the grim significance of that little hill of ash. Then, as he stirred the heap with his foot, it occurred to him that this could only happen in a great space of time, years and years. Outside, the weaving, fluttering light held the world. Inside, he stood trying to understand what it meant, what that little pile of dust and dry bones on the carpet meant. But he could not think coherently. He glanced away around the room, and now for the first time noticed how dusty and old the place looked. Dust and dirt everywhere, piled in little heaps in the corners and spread about upon the furniture. The very carpet itself was invisible beneath the coating of the same all-pervading material. As he walked, little clouds of the stuff rose up from under his footsteps and assailed his nostrils with a dry, bitter odor that made him wheeze huskily. Suddenly, as his glance fell again upon Pepper's remains, he stood and gave voice to his confusion, questioning aloud whether the years were indeed passing, whether this, which he had taken to be a form of vision, was in truth a reality. He paused. A new thought had struck him. Quickly, but with steps which he for the first time noticed tottered, he went across the room to the great pier glass and looked in. It was too covered with grime to give back any reflection, and with trembling hands he began to rub off the dirt. Presently he could see himself. The thought that had come to him was confirmed. Instead of the great hale man who scarcely looked 50, he was looking at a bent, decrepit man whose shoulders stooped and whose face was wrinkled with the years of a century. The hair, which a few short hours ago had been nearly coal-black, was now silvery white. Only the eyes were bright. Gradually he traced in that ancient man a faint resemblance to his self of other days. He turned away and tottered to the window. He knew now that he was old, and the knowledge seemed to confirm his trembling walk. For a little space he stared moodily into the blurred vista of changeful landscape. Even in that short time a year passed, and with a petulant gesture he left the window.
As he did so, he noticed that his hand shook with the palsy of old age, and a short sob choked its way through his lips.
For a little while he paced tremulously between the window and the table, his gaze wandering hither and thither uneasily. How dilapidated the room was! Everywhere lay the thick dust, thick, sleepy, and black. The fender was a shape of rust. The chains that held the brass clock weights had rusted through long ago, and now the weights lay on the floor beneath, themselves two cones of verdigris. As he glanced about, it seemed to him that he could see the very furniture of the room rotting and decaying before his eyes. Nor was this fancy on his part, for all at once the bookshelf along the side wall collapsed with a cracking and rending of rotten wood, precipitating its contents upon the floor and filling the room with a smother of dusty atoms. How tired he felt! As he walked, it seemed that he could hear his dry joints creak and crack at every step. He wondered about his sister. Was she dead as well as Pepper? All had happened so quickly and suddenly. This must be indeed the beginning of the end of all things. It occurred to him to go to look for her, but he felt too weary. And then she had been so queer about these happenings of late. Of late? He repeated the words and laughed feebly, mirthlessly, as the realization was borne in upon him that he spoke of a time half a century gone. Half a century! It might have been twice as long. He moved slowly to the window and looked out once more across the world. He can best describe the passage of day and night at this period as a sort of gigantic, ponderous flicker. Moment by moment the acceleration of time continued, so that at nights now he saw the moon only as a swaying trail of palish fire that varied from a mere line of light to a nebulous path, and then dwindled again, disappearing periodically. The flicker of the days and nights quickened. The days had grown perceptibly darker, and a queer quality of dusk lay, as it were, in the atmosphere. The nights were so much lighter that the stars were scarcely to be seen, saving here and there an occasional hair-like line of fire that seemed to sway a little with the moon. Quicker and ever quicker ran the flicker of day and night, and suddenly it seemed he was aware that the flicker had died out, and instead there reigned a comparatively steady light, which was shed upon all the world from an eternal river of flame that swung up and down, north and south, in stupendous, mighty swings. The sky was now grown very much darker, and there was in the blue of it a heavy gloom, as though a vast blackness peered through it upon the earth. Yet there was in it also a strange and awful clearness and emptiness. Periodically he had glimpses of a ghostly track of fire that swayed thin and darkly toward the sun-stream, vanished and reappeared. It was the scarcely visible moon-stream. Looking out at the landscape, he was conscious again of a blurring sort of flitter that came either from the light of the ponderous swinging sun-stream or was the result of the incredibly rapid changes of the Earth's surface. And every few moments, so it seemed, the snow would lie suddenly upon the world and vanish as abruptly as though an invisible giant flitted a white sheet off and on the earth. Time fled, and the weariness that was his grew insupportable. He turned from the window and walked once across the room, the heavy dust deadening the sound of his footsteps. Each step that he took seemed a greater effort than the one before. An intolerable ache knew him in every joint and limb as he trod his way with a weary uncertainty. By the opposite wall he came to a weak pause and wondered dimly what was his intent. He looked to his left and saw his old chair. The thought of sitting in it brought a faint sense of comfort to his bewildered wretchedness. Yet because he was so weary and old and tired, he would scarcely brace his mind to do anything but stand and wish himself past those few yards. He rocked as he stood. The floor even seemed a place for rest, but the dust lay so thick and sleepy and black. He turned with a great effort of will and made toward his chair. He reached it with a groan of thankfulness. He sat down. Everything about him appeared to be growing dim. It was all so strange and unthought of. Last night he was a comparatively strong, though elderly man, and now, only a few hours later,
He looked at the little dust heap that had once been Pepper. Hours! And he laughed a feeble, bitter laugh, a shrill, cackling laugh that shocked his dimming senses. For a while he must have dozed. Then he opened his eyes with a start. Somewhere across the room there had been a muffled noise of something falling. He looked and saw vaguely a cloud of dust hovering above a pile of debris. Nearer the door, something else tumbled with a crash. It was one of the cupboards, but he was tired and took little notice. He closed his eyes and sat there in a state of drowsy, semi-unconsciousness. Once or twice, as though coming through thick mists, he heard noises faintly. Then he must have slept.
Chapter 16. The Awakening. He awoke with a start. For a moment he wondered where he was. Then memory came to him. The room was still lit with that strange light, half sun, half moonlight. He felt refreshed, and the tired, weary ache had left him. He went slowly across to the window and looked out. Overhead, the river of flame drove up and down, north and south, in a dancing semicircle of fire. As a mighty sleigh in the loom of time, it seemed, in a sudden fancy of his, to be beating home the picks of the years. For so vastly had the passage of time been accelerated that there was no longer any sense of the sun passing from east to west. The only apparent movement was the north and south beat of the sun stream that had become so swift now as to be better described as a quiver. As he peered out, there came to him a sudden, inconsequent memory of that last journey among the outer worlds. He remembered the sudden vision that had come to him as he neared the solar system, of the fast whirling planets about the sun, as though the governing quality of time had been held in abeyance, and the machine of a universe allowed to run down an eternity in a few moments or hours. The memory passed, along with a but partially comprehended suggestion that he had been permitted a glimpse into further time spaces. He stared out again, seemingly at the quake of the sun stream. The speed seemed to increase even as he looked. Several lifetimes came and went as he watched. Suddenly it struck him with a sort of grotesque seriousness that he was still alive. He thought of Pepper and wondered how it was that he had not followed his fate. He had reached the time of his dying and had passed, probably through sheer length of years, and here was he, alive, hundreds of thousands of centuries after his rightful period of years. For a time he mused absently. Yesterday, he stopped suddenly. Yesterday? There was no yesterday. The yesterday of which he spoke had been swallowed up in the abyss of years, ages gone. He grew dazed with much thinking. Presently he turned from the window and glanced around the room. It seemed different, strangely, utterly different. Then he knew what it was that made it appear so strange. It was bare. There was not a piece of furniture in the room, not even a solitary fitting of any sort. Gradually his amazement went as he remembered that this was but the inevitable end of that process of decay which he had witnessed commencing before his sleep. Thousands of years, millions of years. Over the floor was spread a deep layer of dust that reached halfway up to the window seat. It had grown immeasurably whilst he slept and represented the dust of untold ages. Undoubtedly atoms of the old decayed furniture helped to swell its bulk, and somewhere among it all moldered the long-ago dead Pepper. All at once it occurred to him that he had no recollection of wading knee-deep through all that dust after he awoke. True, an incredible age of years had passed since he approached the window, but that was evidently as nothing compared with the countless spaces of time that he conceived had vanished whilst he was sleeping. He remembered now that he had fallen asleep sitting in his old chair. Had it gone? He glanced toward where it had stood. Of course, there was no chair to be seen. He could not satisfy himself whether it had disappeared after his waking or before. If it had moldered under him, surely he should have been waked by the collapse. Then he remembered that the thick dust which covered the floor would have been sufficient to soften his fall, so that it was quite possible he had slept on the dust for 1,000,000 years or more.
As these thoughts wandered through his brain, he glanced again casually to where the chair had stood. Then, for the first time, he noticed that there were no marks in the dust of his footprints between it and the window. But then ages of years had passed since he had waked, tens of thousands of years. His look rested thoughtfully again upon the place where once had stood his chair. Suddenly he passed from abstraction to intentness, for there in its standing place he made out a long undulation, rounded off with the heavy dust. Yet it was not so much hidden but that he could tell what had caused it. He knew and shivered at the knowledge that it was a human body, ages dead, lying there beneath the place where he had slept. It was lying on its right side, its back turned toward him. He could make out and trace each curve and outline, softened and molded, as it were, in the black dust. In a vague sort of way, he tried to account for its presence there. Slowly he began to grow bewildered as the thought came to him that it lay just about where he must have fallen when the chair collapsed. Gradually, an idea began to form itself within his brain, a thought that shook his spirit. It seemed hideous and insupportable, yet it grew upon him steadily until it became a conviction. The body under that coating, that shroud of dust, was neither more nor less than his own dead shell. He did not attempt to prove it. He knew it now, and wondered he had not known it all along. He was a bodiless thing. A while he stood trying to adjust his thoughts to this new problem. In time, how many thousands of years he knows not, he attained to some degree of quietude, sufficient to enable him to pay attention to what was transpiring around him. Now he saw that the elongated mound had sunk, collapsed level with the rest of the spreading dust, and fresh atoms, impalpable, had settled above that mixture of grave powder which the aeons had ground. A long while he stood, turned from the window. Gradually he grew more collected as the world slipped across the centuries into the future.
Presently he began a survey of the room. Now he saw that time was beginning its destructive work even on this strange old building. That it had stood through all the years was, it seemed to him, proof that it was something different from any other house. He does not think somehow that he had thought of its decaying, though why he could not have said. It was not until he had meditated upon the matter for some considerable time that he fully realized that the extraordinary space of time through which it had stood was sufficient to have utterly pulverized the very stones of which it was built, had they been taken from any earthly quarry. Yes, it was undoubtedly moldering now. All the plaster had gone from the walls, even as the woodwork of the room had gone many ages before. While he stood in contemplation, a piece of glass from one of the small diamond-shaped panes dropped with a dull tap amid the dust upon the sill behind him and crumbled into a little heap of powder. As he turned from contemplating it, he saw light between a couple of the stones that formed the outer wall. Evidently, the mortar was falling away. After a while, he turned once more to the window and peered out. He discovered now that the speed of time had become enormous. The lateral quiver of the sunstream had grown so swift as to cause the dancing semicircle of flame to merge into and disappear in a sheet of fire that covered half the southern sky from east to west. From the sky he glanced down to the gardens. They were just a blur of a palish, dirty green. He had a feeling that they stood higher than in the old days, a feeling that they were nearer his window, as though they had risen bodily. Yet they were still a long way below him, for the rock over the mouth of the pit on which this house stands arches up to a great height. It was later that he noticed a change in the constant color of the gardens. The pale, dirty green was growing ever paler and paler toward white. At last, after a great space, they became grayish-white, and stayed thus for a very long time. Finally, however, the grayness began to fade, even as had the green, into a dead white.
and this remained constant and unchanged. And by this he knew that at last snow lay upon all the northern world. And so, by millions of years, time winged onward through eternity to the end of which in the old Earth days he had thought remotely and in hazily speculative fashion. And now it was approaching in a manner of which none had ever dreamed. He recollects that about this time he began to have a lively though morbid curiosity as to what would happen when the end came, but he seemed strangely without imaginings. All this while the steady process of decay was continuing. The few remaining pieces of glass had long ago vanished, and every now and then a soft thud and a little cloud of rising dust would tell of some fragment of fallen mortar or stone. He looked up again to the fiery sheet that quaked in the heavens above him and far down into the southern sky. As he looked, the impression was borne in upon him that it had lost some of its first brilliancy, that it was duller, deeper hued. He glanced down once more to the blurred white of the worldscape. Sometimes his look returned to the burning sheet of dulling flame that was and yet hid the sun. At times he glanced behind him into the growing dusk of the great silent room with its aeon carpet of sleeping dust. So he watched through the fleeting ages, lost in soul-wearing thoughts and wonderings, and possessed with a new weariness.
Chapter 17. The Slowing Rotation. It might have been 1,000,000 years later that he perceived beyond possibility of doubt that the fiery sheet that lit the world was indeed darkening. Another vast space went by, and the whole enormous flame had sunk to a deep copper color. Gradually it darkened from copper to copper red, and from this at times to a deep, heavy purplish tint, within it a strange loom of blood. Although the light was decreasing, he could perceive no diminishment in the apparent speed of the sun. It still spread itself in that dazzling veil of speed. The world, so much of it as he could see, had assumed a dreadful shade of gloom, as though in very deed the last day of the worlds approached. The sun was dying, of that there could be little doubt, and still the earth whirled onward through space and all the eons. At this time he remembers an extraordinary sense of bewilderment took him. He found himself later wandering mentally amid an odd chaos of fragmentary modern theories and the old biblical story of the world's ending. Then, for the first time, there flashed across him the memory that the sun, with its system of planets, was and had been traveling through space at an incredible speed. Abruptly, the question rose, where? For a very great time he pondered this matter, but finally, with a certain sense of the futility of his puzzlings, he let his thoughts wander to other things. He grew to wondering how much longer the house would stand. Also, he queried to himself whether he should be doomed to stay bodiless upon the earth through the dark time that he knew was coming. From these thoughts he fell again to speculations upon the possible direction of the sun's journey through space. And so another great while passed. Gradually, as time fled, he began to feel the chill of a great winter. Then he remembered that with the sun dying, the cold must be necessarily extraordinarily intense. Slowly, slowly, as the eons slipped into eternity, the earth sank into a heavier and redder gloom. The dull flame in the firmament took on a deeper tint, very somber and turbid. Then, at last, it was borne upon him that there was a change. The fiery, gloomy curtain of flame that hung quaking overhead and down away into the southern sky began to thin and contract, and in it, as one sees the fast vibrations of a jarred harp string, he saw once more the sun-stream quivering giddily north and south. Slowly, the likeness to a sheet of fire disappeared, and he saw plainly the slowing beat of the sun-stream. Yet even then the speed of its swing was inconceivably swift, and all the time the brightness of the fiery arc grew ever duller.
Underneath, the world loomed dimly, an indistinct, ghostly region. Overhead, the river of flame swayed slower and even slower until at last it swung to the north and south in great ponderous beats that lasted through seconds. A long space went by, and now each sway of the great belt lasted nigh a minute, so that after a great while he ceased to distinguish it as a visible movement, and the streaming fire ran in a steady river of dull flame across the deadly-looking sky. An indefinite period passed, and it seemed that the arc of fire became less sharply defined. It appeared to him to grow more attenuated, and he thought blackish streaks showed occasionally. Presently, as he watched, the smooth onward flow ceased, and he was able to perceive that there came a momentary but regular darkening of the world. This grew until once more night descended in short but periodic intervals upon the wearying earth. Longer and longer became the nights, and the days equaled them, so that at last the day and the night grew to the duration of seconds in length, and the sun showed once more like an almost invisible coppery red-colored ball within the glowing mistiness of its flight. Corresponding to the dark lines showing at times in its trail, there were now distinctly to be seen on the half-visible sun itself great dark belts. Year after year flashed into the past, and the days and nights spread into minutes. The sun had ceased to have the appearance of a tail, and now rose and set, a tremendous globe of a glowing copper-bronze hue, in parts ringed with blood-red bands, in others with the dusky ones that he had already mentioned. These circles, both red and black, were of varying thicknesses. For a time he was at a loss to account for their presence. Then it occurred to him that it was scarcely likely that the sun would cool evenly all over, and that these markings were due probably to differences in temperature of the various areas, the red representing those parts where the heat was still fervent, and the black those portions which were already comparably cool. It struck him as a peculiar thing that the sun should cool in evenly defined rings, until he remembered that possibly they were but isolated patches to which the enormous rotatory speed of the sun had imparted a belt-like appearance. The sun itself was much greater than the sun he had known in the Old World days, and from this he argued that it was considerably nearer. At nights, the moon still showed, but small and remote, and the light she reflected was so dull and weak that she seemed little more than the small, dim ghost of the olden moon that he had known. Gradually, the days and nights lengthened out till they equaled a space somewhat less than one of the old earth hours, the sun rising and setting like a great ruddy bronze disk crossed with ink-black bars. About this time he found himself able once more to see the gardens with clarity, for the world had now grown very still and changeless. Yet he is not correct in saying gardens, for there were no gardens, nothing he knew or recognized. In place thereof, he looked out upon a vast plain stretching away into distance. A little to his left there was a low range of hills. Everywhere there was a uniform white covering of snow, in places rising into hummocks and ridges. It was only now that he recognized how really great had been the snowfall. In places it was vastly deep, as was witnessed by a great up-leaping wave-shaped hill away to his right, though it is not impossible that this was due in part to some rise in the surface of the ground. Strangely enough, the range of low hills to his left, already mentioned, was not entirely covered with the universal snow. Instead, he could see their bare, dark sides showing in several places, and everywhere and always there reigned an incredible death silence and desolation, the immutable, awful quiet of a dying world.
All this time, the days and nights were lengthening perceptibly. Already each day occupied maybe some 2 hours from dawn to dusk. At night he had been surprised to find that there were very few stars overhead, and these small, though of an extraordinary brightness, which he attributed to the peculiar but clear blackness of the nighttime.
Away to the north, he could discern a nebulous sort of mistiness, not unlike in appearance a small portion of the Milky Way. It might have been an extremely remote star cluster, or, the thought came to him suddenly, perhaps it was the sidereal universe that he had known and now left far behind forever, a small, dimly glowing mist of stars far in the depths of space. Still, the days and nights lengthened slowly. Each time the sun rose duller than it had set, and the dark belts increased in breadth. About this time there happened a fresh thing. The sun, earth, and sky were suddenly darkened and apparently blotted out for a brief space. He had a sense, a certain awareness, he could learn little by sight, that the earth was enduring a very great fall of snow. Then, in an instant, the veil that had obscured everything vanished, and he looked out once more. A marvelous sight met his gaze. The hollow in which this house with its garden stands was brimmed with snow. It lipped over the sill of his window. Everywhere it lay, a great level stretch of white, which caught and reflected gloomily the somber, coppery glows of the dying sun. The world had become a shadowless plain from horizon to horizon. He glanced up at the sun. It shone with an extraordinary dull clearness. He saw it now as one who until then had seen it only through a partially obscuring medium. All about it the sky had become black, with a clear, deep blackness, frightful in its nearness and its unmeasured deep and its utter unfriendliness. For a great time he looked into it newly and shaken and fearful. It was so near. Had he been a child, he might have expressed some of his sensation and distress by saying that the sky had lost its roof. Later, he turned and peered about him into the room. Everywhere it was covered with a thin shroud of the all-pervading white. He could see it but dimly by reason of the somber light that now lit the world. It appeared to cling to the ruined walls, and the thick, soft dust of the years that covered the floor knee-deep was nowhere visible. The snow must have blown in through the open framework of the windows, yet in no place had it drifted, but lay everywhere about the great old room smooth and level. Moreover, there had been no wind these many thousand years, but there was the snow, as he has told. And all the earth was silent, and there was a cold such as no living man can ever have known. The earth was now illuminated by day with a most doleful light beyond his power to describe. It seemed as though he looked at the great plain through the medium of a bronze-tinted sea. It was evident that the earth's rotatory movement was departing steadily. The end came all at once. The night had been the longest yet, and when the dying sun showed at last above the world's edge, he had grown so wearied of the dark that he greeted it as a friend. It rose steadily until about 20 degrees above the horizon. Then it stopped suddenly, and after a strange retrograde movement, hung motionless, a great shield in the sky. Only the circular rim of the sun showed bright, only this, and one thin streak of light near the equator. Gradually, even this thread of light died out, and now all that was left of their great and glorious sun was a vast dead disk rimmed with a thin circle of bronze-red light.
Chapter 18. The Green Star. The world was held in a savage gloom, cold and intolerable. Outside all was quiet. From the dark room behind him came the occasional soft thud of falling matter, fragments of rotting stone. So time passed, and night grasped the world, wrapping it in wrappings of impenetrable blackness. There was no night sky as they know it. Even the few straggling stars had vanished conclusively. He might have been in a shuttered room without a light for all that he could see. Only in the impalpableness of gloom opposite burnt that vast encircling hair of dull fire. Beyond this, there was no ray in all the vastitude of night that surrounded him, save that far in the north that soft mist-like glow still shone. Silently, years moved on. What period of time passed he shall never know. It seemed to him waiting there that eternities came and went stealthily, and still he watched. He could see only the glow of the sun's edge at times, for now it had commenced to come and go, lighting up a while and again becoming extinguished. All at once, during one of these periods of life, a sudden flame cut across the night, a quick glare that lit up the dead earth shortly, giving him a glimpse of its flat lonesomeness. The light appeared to come from the sun, shooting out from somewhere near its center diagonally. A moment he gazed, startled. Then the leaping flames sank and the gloom fell again. But now it was not so dark, and the sun was belted by a thin line of vivid white light. He stared intently. Had a volcano broken out on the sun? Yet he negatived the thought as soon as formed. He felt that the light had been far too intensely white and large for such a cause. Another idea there was that suggested itself to him. It was that one of the inner planets had fallen into the sun, becoming incandescent under that impact. This theory appealed to him as being more plausible and accounting more satisfactorily for the extraordinary size and brilliance of the blaze that had lit up the dead world so unexpectedly. Full of interest and emotion, he stared across the darkness at that line of white fire cutting the night. One thing it told to him unmistakably: the sun was yet rotating at an enormous speed. Thus he knew that the years were still fleeting at an incalculable rate, though so far as the earth was concerned, life and light and time were things belonging to a period lost in the long-gone ages. After that one burst of flame, the light had shone only as an encircling band of bright fire. Now, however, as he watched, it began slowly to sink into a ruddy tint, and later to a dark copper-red color, much as the sun had done. Presently, it sank to a deeper hue, and in a still further space of time it began to fluctuate, having periods of glowing and anon dying. Thus, after a great while, it disappeared. Long before this, the smoldering edge of the sun had deadened into blackness, and so, in that supremely future time, the world, dark and intensely silent, rode on its gloomy orbit around the ponderous mass of the dead sun. His thoughts at this period can be scarcely described. At first, they were chaotic and wanting in coherence, but later, as the ages came and went, his soul seemed to imbibe the very essence of the oppressive solitude and dreariness that held the earth. With this feeling there came a wonderful clearness of thought, and he realized despairingly that the world might wander forever through that enormous night. For a while, the unwholesome idea filled him with a sensation of overbearing desolation, so that he could have cried like a child. In time, however, this feeling grew almost insensibly less, and an unreasoning hope possessed him. Patiently he waited. From time to time, the noise of dropping particles behind in the room came dully to his ears. Once he heard a loud crash and turned instinctively to look, forgetting for the moment the impenetrable night in which every detail was submerged. In a while his gaze sought the heavens, turning unconsciously toward the north. Yes, the nebulous glow still showed. Indeed, he could have almost imagined that it looked somewhat plainer. For a long time he kept his gaze fixed upon it, feeling in his lonely soul that its soft haze was in some way a tie with the past. Strange the trifles from which one can suck comfort. And yet had he but known, but he shall come to that in its proper time. For a very long space he watched without experiencing any of the desire for sleep that would so soon have visited him in the old earth days. How he should have welcomed it, if only to have passed the time away from his perplexities and thoughts.
Several times the comfortless sound of some great piece of masonry falling disturbed his meditations, and once it seemed he could hear whispering in the room behind him. Yet it was utterly useless to try to see anything. Such blackness as existed scarcely can be conceived. It was palpable and hideously brutal to the sense, as though something dead pressed up against him, something soft and icily cold. Under all this there grew up within his mind a great and overwhelming distress of uneasiness that left him but to drop him into an uncomfortable brooding. He felt that he must fight against it, and presently, hoping to distract his thoughts, he turned to the window and looked up toward the north in search of the nebulous whiteness which he still believed to be the far and misty glowing of the universe they had left. As he raised his eyes, he was thrilled with a feeling of wonder, for now the hazy light had resolved into a single great star of vivid green. As he stared, astonished, the thought flashed into his mind that the earth must be traveling toward the star, not away as he had imagined. Next, that it could not be the universe the earth had left, but possibly an outlying star belonging to some vast star cluster, hidden in the enormous depths of space. With a sense of commingled awe and curiosity, he watched it, wondering what new thing was to be revealed to him. For a while, vague thoughts and speculations occupied him, during which his gaze dwelt insatiably upon that one spot of light in the otherwise pit-like darkness. Hope grew up within him, banishing the oppression of despair that had seemed to stifle him. Wherever the earth was traveling, it was at least going once more towards the realms of light. Light! One must spend an eternity wrapped in soundless night to understand the full horror of being without it. Slowly but surely the star grew upon his vision, until in time it shone as brightly as had the planet Jupiter in the old Earth days. With increased size, its color became more impressive, reminding him of a huge emerald scintillating rays of fire across the world. Years fled away in silence, and the green star grew into a great splash of flame in the sky. A little later, he saw a thing that filled him with amazement. It was the ghostly outline of a vast crescent in the night, a gigantic new moon seeming to be growing out of the surrounding gloom. Utterly bemused, he stared at it. It appeared to be quite close comparatively, and he puzzled to understand how the earth had come so near to it without him seeing it before.
The light thrown by the star grew stronger, and presently he was aware that it was possible to see the earthscape again, though indistinctly. A while he stared, trying to make out whether he could distinguish any detail of the world's surface, but he found the light insufficient. In a little he gave up the attempt and glanced once more toward the star. Even in the short space that his attention had been diverted, it had increased considerably, and seemed now to his bewildered sight about a quarter of the size of the full moon. The light it threw was extraordinarily powerful, yet its color was so abominably unfamiliar that such of the world as he could see showed unreal, more as though he looked out upon a landscape of shadow than aught else. All this time the great crescent was increasing in brightness and began now to shine with a perceptible shade of green. Steadily the star increased in size and brilliancy until it showed fully as large as half a full moon, and as it grew brighter and brighter, so did the vast crescent throw out more and more light, though of an ever-deepening hue of green. Under the combined blaze of their radiances, the wilderness that stretched before him became steadily more visible. Soon he seemed able to stare across the whole world, which now appeared beneath the strange light, terrible in its cold and awful flat dreariness. It was a little later that his attention was drawn to the fact that the great star of green flame was slowly sinking out of the north toward the east. At first he could scarcely believe that he saw aright, but soon there could be no doubt that it was so. Gradually it sank, and as it fell, the vast crescent of glowing green began to dwindle and dwindle until it became a mere arc of light against the livid-colored sky.
Later it vanished, disappearing in the self-same spot from which he had seen it slowly emerge. By this time the star had come to within some 30 degrees of the hidden horizon. In size, it could now have rivaled the moon at its full, though even yet he could not distinguish its disk. This fact led him to conceive that it was still an extraordinary distance away, and this being so, he knew that its size must be huge beyond the conception of man to understand or imagine. Suddenly, as he watched, the lower edge of the star vanished, cut by a straight dark line. A minute or a century passed, and it dipped lower, until the half of it had disappeared from sight. Far away out on the great plain, he saw a monstrous shadow blotting it out and advancing swiftly. Only a third of the star was visible now. Then, like a flash, the solution of this extraordinary phenomenon revealed itself to him. The star was sinking behind the enormous mass of the dead sun, or rather, the sun, obedient to its attraction, was rising toward it, with the earth following in its trail. As these thoughts expanded in his mind, the star vanished, being completely hidden by the tremendous bulk of the sun. Over the earth there fell once more the brooding night. With the darkness came an intolerable feeling of loneliness and dread. For the first time he thought of the pit and its inmates. After that there rose in his memory the still more terrible thing that had haunted the shores of the Sea of Sleep and lurked in the shadows of this old building. Where were they, he wondered, and shivered with miserable thoughts. For a time fear held him, and he prayed wildly and incoherently for some ray of light with which to dispel the cold blackness that enveloped the world. How long he waited it is impossible to say, certainly for a very great period. Then, all at once, he saw a loom of light shine out ahead. Gradually it became more distinct. Suddenly a ray of vivid green flashed across the darkness. At the same moment he saw a thin line of livid flame far in the night. An instant it seemed, and it had grown into a great clot of fire, beneath which the world lay bathed in a blaze of emerald green light. Steadily it grew, until presently the whole of the green star had come into sight again. But now it could be scarcely called a star, for it had increased to vast proportions, being incomparably greater than the sun had been in the olden time. Then, as he stared, he became aware that he could see the edge of the dead sun glowing like a great crescent moon. Slowly its lighted surface broadened out to him until half of its diameter was visible, and the star began to drop away on his right. Time passed, and the earth moved on slowly, traversing the tremendous face of the dead sun. Gradually, as the earth traveled forward, the star fell still more to the right, until at last it shone on the back of the house, sending a flood of broken rays in through the skeleton-like walls. Glancing upward, he saw that much of the ceiling had vanished, enabling him to see that the upper stories were even more decayed. The roof had evidently gone entirely, and he could see the green effulgence of the starlight shining in slantingly.
Chapter 19. The End of the Solar System. From the abutment where once had been the windows through which he had watched that first fatal dawn, he could see that the sun was hugely greater than it had been when first the star lit the world. So great was it that its lower edge seemed almost to touch the far horizon. Even as he watched, he imagined that it drew closer. The radiance of green that lit the frozen earth grew steadily brighter. Thus, for a long space things were. Then, on a sudden, he saw that the sun was changing shape and growing smaller, just as the moon would have done in past time. In a while, only a third of the illuminated part was turned toward the earth. The star bore away on the left. Gradually, as the world moved on, the star shone upon the front of the house once more, while the sun showed only as a great bow of green fire. An instant, it seemed, and the sun had vanished. The star was still fully visible. Then the earth moved into the black shadow of the sun, and all was night, night black, starless, and intolerable. Filled with tumultuous thoughts, he watched across the night, waiting. Years it may have been, and then in the dark house behind him, the clotted stillness of the world was broken. He seemed to hear a soft padding of many feet, and a faint, inarticulate whisper of sound grew on his sense. He looked around into the blackness and saw a multitude of eyes. As he stared, they increased and appeared to come toward him. For an instant he stood, unable to move. Then a hideous swine noise rose up into the night, and at that he leapt from the window out onto the frozen world. He has a confused notion of having run a while, and after that he just waited. Several times he heard shrieks, but always as though from a distance. Except for these sounds, he had no idea of the whereabouts of the house. Time moved onward. He was conscious of little save a sensation of cold and hopelessness and fear. An age it seemed, and there came a glow that told of the coming light. It grew tardily. Then, with the loom of unearthly glory, the first ray from the green star struck over the edge of the dark sun and lit the world. It fell upon a great ruined structure some 200 yards away. It was the house. Staring, he saw a fearsome sight. Over its walls crawled a legion of unholy things, almost covering the old building from tottering towers to base. He could see them plainly. They were the swine creatures. The world moved out into the light of the star, and he saw that now it seemed to stretch across a quarter of the heavens. The glory of its livid light was so tremendous that it appeared to fill the sky with quivering flames. Then he saw the sun. It was so close that half of its diameter lay below the horizon, and as the world circled across its face, it seemed to tower right up into the sky, a stupendous dome of emerald-colored fire. From time to time he glanced toward the house, but the swine-things seemed unaware of his proximity. Years appeared to pass slowly. The earth had almost reached the center of the sun's disk. The light from the green sun, as now it must be called, shone through the interstices that gapped the molded walls of the old house, giving them the appearance of being wrapped in green flames. The swine creatures still crawled about the walls. Suddenly there rose a loud roar of swine voices, and up from the center of the roofless house shot a vast column of blood-red flame. He saw the little twisted towers and turrets flash into fire, yet still preserving their twisted crookedness. The beams of the green sun beat upon the house and intermingled with its lurid glows so that it appeared a blazing furnace of red and green fire. Fascinated, he watched until an overwhelming sense of coming danger drew his attention. He glanced up, and at once it was borne upon him that the sun was closer. So close, in fact, that it seemed to overhang the world. Then, he knows not how, he was caught up into strange heights, floating like a bubble in the awful effulgence. Far below him, he saw the earth with the burning house leaping into an ever-growing mountain of flame. Around about it, the ground appeared to be glowing, and in places, heavy wreaths of yellow smoke ascended from the earth. It seemed as though the world were becoming ignited from that one plague spot of fire. Faintly he could see the swine-things. They appeared quite unharmed. Then the ground seemed to cave in suddenly, and the house with the load of foul creatures disappeared into the depths of the earth, sending a strange blood-colored cloud into the heights. He remembered the hell pit under the house. In a while he looked around. The huge bulk of the sun rose high above him. The distance between it and the earth grew rapidly less. Suddenly the earth seemed to shoot forward. In a moment it had traversed the space between it and the sun. He heard no sound, but out from the sun's face gushed an ever-growing tongue of dazzling flame. It seemed to leap almost to the distant green sun, shearing through the emerald light a very cataract of blinding fire. It reached its limit and sank, and on the sun glowed a vast splash of burning white, the grave of the earth. The sun was very close to him now. Presently he found that he was rising higher, until at last he rode above it in the emptiness. The green sun was now so huge that its breadth seemed to fill up all the sky ahead. He looked down and noted that the sun was passing directly beneath him. A year may have gone by, or a century, and he was left suspended alone. The sun showed far in front, a black circular mass against the molten splendor of the great green orb. Near one edge, he observed that a lurid glow had appeared, marking the place where the earth had fallen. By this, he knew that the long-dead sun was still revolving, though with great slowness. Afar to his right, he seemed to catch at times a faint glow of whitish light. For a great time he was uncertain whether to put this down to fancy or not. Thus for a while he stared with fresh wonderings, until at last he knew that it was no imaginary thing, but a reality. It grew brighter, and presently there slid out of the green a pale globe of softest white. It came nearer, and he saw that it apparently was surrounded by a robe of gently glowing clouds. Time passed. He glanced toward the diminishing sun. It showed only as a dark blot on the face of the green sun. As he watched, he saw it grow steadily smaller, as though rushing toward the superior orb at an immense speed. Intently he stared. What would happen? He was conscious of extraordinary emotions as he realized that it would strike the green sun. It grew no bigger than a pea, and he looked with his whole soul to witness the final end of their system, that system that had borne the world through so many aeons with its multitudinous sorrows and joys, and now. Suddenly something crossed his vision, cutting from sight all vestige of the spectacle he watched with such sole interest. What happened to the dead sun he did not see, but he has no reason in the light of that which he saw afterward to disbelieve that it fell into the strange fire of the green sun and so perished. And then suddenly an extraordinary question arose in his mind, whether this stupendous globe of green fire might not be the vast central sun, the great sun around which our universe and countless others revolve. He felt confused. He thought of the probable end of the dead sun, and another suggestion came dumbly. Do the dead stars make the green sun their grave? The idea appealed to him with no sense of grotesqueness, but rather as something both possible and probable.
Chapter 20. The Celestial Globes. For a while, many thoughts crowded his mind, so that he was unable to do aught save stare blindly before him. He seemed whelmed in a sea of doubt and wonder and sorrowful remembrance. It was later that he came out of his bewilderment. He looked about dazedly. Thus he saw so extraordinary a sight that for a while he could scarcely believe he was not still wrapped in the visionary tumult of his own thoughts. Out of the reigning green had grown a boundless river of softly shimmering globes, each one enfolded in a wondrous fleece of pure cloud. They reached both above and below him to an unknown distance, and not only hid the shining of the green sun, but supplied in place thereof a tender glow of light that suffused itself around him like unto nothing he has ever seen before or since. In a little he noticed that there was about these spheres a sort of transparency, almost as though they were formed of clouded crystal within which burned a radiance, gentle and subdued. They moved on past him continually, floating onward at no great speed, but rather as though they had eternity before them. A great while he watched, and could perceive no end to them. At times he seemed to distinguish faces amid the cloudiness, but strangely indistinct, as though partly real and partly formed of the mistiness through which they showed. For a long time he waited passively with a sense of growing content. He had no longer that feeling of unutterable loneliness, but felt rather that he was less alone than he had been for kalpas of years. This feeling of contentment increased so that he would have been satisfied to float in company with those celestial globules forever.
Ages slipped by, and he saw the shadowy faces with increased frequency, also with greater plainness. Whether this was due to his soul having become more attuned to its surroundings, he cannot tell. Probably it was so. But however this may be, he is assured now only of the fact that he became steadily more conscious of a new mystery about him, telling him that he had indeed penetrated within the borderland of some unthought-of region, some subtle, intangible place or form of existence. The enormous stream of luminous spheres continued to pass him at an unvarying rate, countless millions, and still they came, showing no signs of ending, nor even diminishing. Then, as he was borne silently upon the unbuoying ether, he felt a sudden, irresistible forward movement toward one of the passing globes. An instant, and he was beside it. Then he slid through into the interior without experiencing the least resistance of any description. For a short while he could see nothing, and waited curiously. All at once he became aware that a sound broke the inconceivable stillness. It was like the murmur of a great sea at calm, a sea breathing in its sleep. Gradually the mist that obscured his sight began to thin away, and so in time his vision dwelt once again upon the silent surface of the Sea of Sleep. For a little he gazed, and could scarcely believe he saw aright. He glanced around. There was the great globe of pale fire swimming as he had seen it before, a short distance above the dim horizon. To his left, far across the sea, he discovered presently a faint line as of thin haze, which he guessed to be the shore where his love and he had met during those wonderful periods of soul-wandering that had been granted to him in the old earth days. Another, a troubled memory came to him, of the formless thing that had haunted the shores of the Sea of Sleep, the guardian of that silent, echoless place. These and other details he remembered, and knew without doubt that he was looking out upon that same sea. With the assurance, he was filled with an overwhelming feeling of surprise and joy and shaken expectancy, conceiving it possible that he was about to see his love again. Intently he gazed around, but could catch no sight of her. At that, for a little, he felt hopeless. Fervently he prayed, and ever peered anxiously. How still was the sea! Down far beneath him he could see the many trails of changeful fire that had drawn his attention formerly. Vaguely he wondered what caused them. Also he remembered that he had intended to ask his dear one about them as well, as many other matters, and he had been forced to leave her before the half that he had wished to say was said. His thoughts came back with a leap. He was conscious that something had touched him. He turned quickly. God, thou wert indeed gracious. It was she. She looked up into his eyes with an eager longing, and he looked down to her with all his soul. He should like to have held her, but the glorious purity of her face kept him afar. Then, out of the winding mist, she put her dear arms. Her whisper came to him, soft as the rustle of a passing cloud. "Dearest," she said. That was all, but he had heard, and in a moment he held her to him, as he prayed, forever. In a little, she spoke of many things, and he listened. Willingly would he have done so through all the ages that are to come. At times he whispered back, and his whispers brought to her spirit face once more an indescribably delicate tint, the bloom of love. Later he spoke more freely, and to each word she listened, and made answer delightfully, so that already he was in paradise. She and he, and nothing save the silent, spacious void to see them, and only the quiet waters of the Sea of Sleep to hear them. Long before, the floating multitude of cloud-enfolded spheres had vanished into nothingness. Thus they looked upon the face of the slumberous deeps, and were alone. Alone, God, he would be thus alone in the hereafter, and yet be never lonely. He had her, and greater than this, she had him. I, aeon-aged me, and on this thought, and some others, he hopes to exist through the few remaining years that may yet lie between them.
Chapter 21. The Dark Sun.
How long their souls lay in the arms of joy, he cannot say, but all at once he was waked from his happiness by a diminution of the pale and gentle light that lit the sea of sleep. He turned toward the huge white orb with a premonition of coming trouble. One side of it was curving inward, as though a convex black shadow were sweeping across it. His memory went back. It was thus that the darkness had come before their last parting. He turned toward his love inquiringly. With a sudden knowledge of woe, he noticed how wan and unreal she had grown even in that brief space. Her voice seemed to come to him from a distance. The touch of her hands was no more than the gentle pressure of a summer wind and grew less perceptible. Already quite half of the immense globe was shrouded. A feeling of desperation seized him. Was she about to leave him? Would she have to go as she had gone before? He questioned her anxiously, frightenedly, and she, nestling closer, explained in that strange, far-away voice that it was imperative she should leave him before the sun of darkness, as she termed it, blotted out the light. At this confirmation of his fears, he was overcome with despair, and could only look voicelessly across the quiet plains of the silent sea. How swiftly the darkness spread across the face of the white orb! Yet in reality, the time must have been long beyond human comprehension. At last, only a crescent of pale fire lit the now dim sea of sleep. All this while she had held him, but with so soft a caress that he had been scarcely conscious of it. They waited there together, she and he, speechless for very sorrow. In the dimming light, her face showed shadowy, blending into the dusky mistiness that encircled them. Then, when a thin, curved line of soft light was all that lit the sea, she released him, pushing him from her tenderly. Her voice sounded in his ears. "I may not stay longer, dear one." It ended in a sob. She seemed to float away from him and became invisible. Her voice came to him out of the shadows, faintly, apparently from a great distance. "A little while." It died away remotely. In a breath, the sea of sleep darkened into night. Far to his left, he seemed to see for a brief instant a soft glow. It vanished, and in the same moment he became aware that he was no longer above the still sea, but once more suspended in infinite space, with the green sun, now eclipsed by a vast dark sphere, before him. Utterly bewildered, he stared almost unseeingly at the ring of green flames leaping above the dark edge. Even in the chaos of his thoughts, he wondered dully at their extraordinary shapes. A multitude of questions assailed him. He thought more of her he had so lately seen than of the sight before him. His grief and thoughts of the future filled him. Was he doomed to be separated from her always? Even in the old Earth days, she had been his only for a little while. Then she had left him, as he thought, forever. Since then, he had seen her but these times upon the sea of sleep. A feeling of fierce resentment filled him, and miserable questionings. Why could he not have gone with his love? What reason to keep them apart? Why had he to wait alone while she slumbered through the years on the still bosom of the sea of sleep? The sea of sleep. His thoughts turned inconsequently out of their channel of bitterness to fresh, desperate questionings. Where was it? Where was it? He seemed to have but just parted with his love upon its quiet surface, and it had gone utterly. It could not be far away, and the white orb which he had seen hidden in the shadow of the sun of darkness. His sight dwelt upon the green sun, eclipsed. What had eclipsed it? Was there a vast dead star circling it? Was the central sun, as he had come to regard it, a double star? The thought had come almost unbidden, yet why should it not be so? His thoughts went back to the white orb. Strange that it should have been. He stopped. An idea had come suddenly. The white orb and the green sun, were they one and the same?
His imagination wandered backward, and he remembered the luminous globe to which he had been so unaccountably attracted. It was curious that he should have forgotten it, even momentarily. Where were the others? He reverted again to the globe he had entered. He thought for a time, and matters became clearer. He conceived that by entering that impalpable globule, he had passed at once into some further, and until then invisible dimension. There the green sun was still visible, but as a stupendous sphere of pale white light, almost as though its ghost showed, and not its material part. A long time he mused on the subject. He remembered how on entering the sphere he had immediately lost all sight of the others. For a still further period he continued to revolve the different details in his mind. In a while his thoughts turned to other things. He came more into the present and began to look about him seeingly. For the first time he perceived that innumerable rays of a subtle violet hue pierced the strange semi-darkness in all directions. They radiated from the fiery rim of the green sun. They seemed to grow on his vision, so that in a little he saw that they were countless. The night was filled with them, spreading outward from the green sun, fan-wise. He concluded that he was enabled to see them by reason of the sun's glory being cut off by the eclipse. They reached right out into space and vanished. Gradually, as he looked, he became aware that fine points of intensely brilliant light traversed the rays. Many of them seemed to travel from the green sun into distance. Others came out of the void towards the sun, but all at once each kept strictly to the ray in which it traveled. Their speed was inconceivably great, and it was only when they neared the green sun or as they left it that he could see them as separate specks of light. Further from the sun, they became thin lines of vivid fire within the violet. The discovery of these rays and the moving sparks interested him extraordinarily. To where did they lead in such countless profusion? He thought of the worlds in space, and those sparks, messengers. Possibly the idea was fantastic, but he was not conscious of it being so. Messengers, messengers from the central sun. An idea evolved itself slowly. Was the green sun the abode of some vast intelligence? The thought was bewildering. Visions of the unnameable rose vaguely. Had he indeed come upon the dwelling place of the eternal? For a time he repelled the thought dumbly. It was too stupendous. Yet, huge, vague thoughts had birth within him. He felt suddenly terribly naked, and an awful nearness shook him. And heaven, was that an illusion? His thoughts came and went erratically. The sea of sleep, and she, heaven. He came back to a bound to the present. Somewhere out of the void behind him there rushed an immense dark body, huge and silent. It was a dead star hurling onward to the burying place of the stars. It drove between him and the central suns, blotting them out from his vision and plunging him into an impenetrable night. An age, and he saw again the violet rays. A great while later, eons it must have been, a circular glow grew in the sky ahead, and he saw the edge of the receding star show darkly against it. Thus he knew that it was nearing the central suns. Presently, he saw the bright ring of the green sun show plainly against the night. The star had passed into the shadow of the dead sun. After that, he just waited. The strange years went slowly, and ever he watched intently. The thing he had expected came at last, suddenly, awfully. A vast flare of dazzling light, a streaming burst of white flame across the dark void. For an indefinite while it soared outward, a gigantic mushroom of fire. It ceased to grow. Then, as time went by, it began to sink backwards. He now saw that it came from a huge glowing spot near the center of the dark sun. Mighty flames still soared outward. Yet, spite its size, the grave of the star was no more than the shining of Jupiter upon the face of an inconceivable ocean. He may remark here once more that no words will ever convey to the imagination the enormous bulk of the two central suns.
Chapter 22. The Dark Nebula. Years melted into the past, centuries, eons. The light of the incandescent star sank to a furious red. It was later that he saw the dark nebula, at first an impalpable cloud away to his right. It grew steadily to a clot of blackness in the night. How long he watched it is impossible to say, for time, as they counted, was a thing of the past. It came closer, a shapeless monstrosity of darkness, tremendous. It seemed to slip across the night sleepily, a very hell fog. Slowly it slid nearer and passed into the void between him and the central suns. It was as though a curtain had been drawn before his vision. A strange tremor of fear took him, and a fresh sense of wonder. The green twilight that had reigned for so many millions of years had now given place to impenetrable gloom. Motionless, he peered about him. A century fled, and it seemed to him that he detected occasional dull glows of red passing him at intervals. Earnestly he gazed, and presently seemed to see circular masses that showed muddily red within the clouded blackness. They appeared to be growing out of the nebulous murk. A while, and they became plainer to his accustomed vision. He could see them now with a fair amount of distinctness, ruddy-tinged spheres, similar in size to the luminous globes that he had seen so long previously. They floated past him continually. Gradually, a peculiar uneasiness seized him. He became aware of a growing feeling of repugnance and dread. It was directed against those passing orbs, and seemed born of intuitive knowledge rather than of any real cause or reason. Some of the passing globes were brighter than others, and it was from one of these that a face looked suddenly. A face human in its outline, but so tortured with woe that he stared aghast. He had not thought there was such sorrow as he saw there. He was conscious of an added sense of pain on perceiving that the eyes which glared so wildly were sightless. A while longer he saw it, then it had passed on into the surrounding gloom. After this he saw others, all wearing that look of hopeless sorrow and blind. A long time went by, and he became aware that he was nearer to the orbs than he had been. At this he grew uneasy, though he was less in fear of those strange globules than he had been before seeing their sorrowful inhabitants, for sympathy had tempered his fear. Later, there was no doubt but that he was being carried closer to the red spheres, and presently he floated among them. In a while he perceived one bearing down upon him. He was helpless to move from its path. In a minute, it seemed, it was upon him, and he was submerged in a deep red mist. This cleared, and he stared confusedly across the immense breadth of the plain of silence. It appeared just as he had first seen it. He was moving forward steadily across its surface. Away ahead shone the vast, blood-red ring that lit the place. All around was spread the extraordinary desolation of stillness that had so impressed him during his previous wanderings across its starkness. Presently he saw rising up into the ruddy gloom the distant peaks of the mighty amphitheater of mountains, where untold ages before he had been shown his first glimpse of the terrors that underlie many things, and where vast and silent, watched by 1,000 mute gods, stands the replica of this house of mysteries, this house that he had seen swallowed up in that hell fire, ere the earth had kissed the sun and vanished forever. Though he could see the crests of the mountain amphitheater, yet it was a great while before their lower portions became visible. Possibly this was due to the strange ruddy haze that seemed to cling to the surface of the plain. However, be this as it may, he saw them at last. In a still further space of time he had come so close to the mountains that they appeared to overhang him.
Presently he saw the great rift open before him, and he drifted into it without volition on his part. Later he came out upon the breadth of the enormous arena. There, at an apparent distance of some 5 miles, stood the house, huge, monstrous, and silent, lying in the very center of that stupendous amphitheater. So far as he could see, it had not altered in any way, but looked as though it were only yesterday that he had seen it. Around, the grim, dark mountains frowned down upon him from their lofty silences. Far to his right, away up among inaccessible peaks, loomed the enormous bulk of the great beast god. Higher, he saw the hideous form of the dread goddess, rising up through the red gloom, thousands of fathoms above him. To the left, he made out the monstrous eyeless thing, gray and inscrutable. Further off, reclining on its lofty ledge, the livid ghoul shape showed, a splash of sinister color among the dark mountains. Slowly he moved out across the great arena, floating. As he went, he made out the dim forms of many of the other lurking horrors that peopled those supreme heights. Gradually he neared the house, and his thoughts flashed back across the abyss of years. He remembered the dread specter of the place. A short while passed, and he saw that he was being wafted directly toward the enormous mass of that silent building. About this time, he became aware, in an indifferent sort of way, of a growing sense of numbness that robbed him of the fear that he should otherwise have felt approaching that awesome pile. As it was, he viewed it calmly, much like a man views calamity through the haze of his tobacco smoke. In a little while, he had come so close to the house as to be able to distinguish many of the details about it. The longer he looked, the more was he confirmed in his long-ago impressions of its entire similitude to this strange house. Save in its enormous size, he could find nothing unlike. Suddenly, as he stared, a great feeling of amazement filled him. He had come opposite to that part where the outer door leading into the study is situated. There, lying right across the threshold, lay a great length of coping stone, identical, save in size and color, to the piece he had dislodged in his fight with the pit creatures. He floated nearer, and his astonishment increased as he noted that the door was broken partly from its hinges, precisely in the manner that his study door had been forced inward by the assaults of the Swine-Things. The sight started a train of thoughts, and he began to trace dimly that the attack he had repelled might have a far deeper significance than he had hitherto imagined. He remembered how long ago, in the old Earth days, he half suspected that in some unexplainable manner, this house in which he lived was en rapport, to use a recognized term, with that other tremendous structure, away in the midst of that incomparable plain. Now, however, it began to be borne upon him that he had but vaguely conceived what the realization of his suspicion meant. He began to understand with a more than human clarity that the attack he had repelled was in some extraordinary manner connected with an attack on that strange edifice. With a curious inconsequence, his thoughts abruptly left the matter to dwell wonderingly upon the peculiar material out of which the house was constructed. It was, as he had mentioned earlier, of a deep green color. Yet now that he had come so close to it, he perceived that it fluctuated at times, glowing and fading, much as do the fumes of phosphorus when rubbed on the hand in the dark. Presently his attention was distracted by coming to the great entrance. Here, for the first time, he was afraid, for all in a moment the huge doors swang back, and he drifted in between them helplessly. Inside, all was blackness impalpable. In an instant he had crossed the threshold, and the great doors closed silently, shutting him in that lightless place. For a while he seemed to hang motionless, suspended amid the darkness. Then he became conscious that he was moving again, where he could not tell. Suddenly, far down beneath him, he seemed to hear a murmurous noise of swine laughter.
It sank away, and the succeeding silence appeared clogged with horror. Then a door opened somewhere ahead. A white haze of light filtered through, and he floated slowly into a room that seemed strangely familiar. All at once there came a bewildering screaming noise that deafened him. He saw a blurred vista of visions flaming before his sight. His senses were dazed through the space of an eternal moment. Then his power of seeing came back to him. The dizzy, hazy feeling passed, and he saw clearly.
Chapter 23. Pepper. He was seated in his chair, back again in this old study. His glance wandered around the room. For a minute it had a strange quivery appearance, unreal and unsubstantial. This disappeared, and he saw that nothing was altered in any way. He looked toward the end window. The blind was up. He rose to his feet shakily. As he did so, a slight noise in the direction of the door attracted his attention. He glanced toward it. For a short instant it appeared to him that it was being closed gently. He stared and saw that he must have been mistaken. It seemed closely shut. With a succession of efforts, he trod his way to the window and looked out. The sun was just rising, lighting up the tangled wilderness of gardens. For perhaps a minute he stood and stared. He passed his hand confusedly across his forehead. Presently, amid the chaos of his senses, a sudden thought came to him. He turned quickly and called to Pepper. There was no answer, and he stumbled across the room in a quick access of fear. As he went, he tried to frame his name, but his lips were numb. He reached the table and stooped down to him with a catching at his heart. He was lying in the shadow of the table, and he had not been able to see him distinctly from the window. Now, as he stooped, he took his breath shortly. There was no Pepper. Instead, he was reaching toward an elongated little heap of gray, ash-like dust. He must have remained in that half-stooped position for some minutes. He was dazed, stunned. Pepper had really passed into the land of shadows. Chapter 24. The Footsteps in the Garden. Pepper is dead. Even now, at times, he seems scarcely able to realize that this is so. It is many weeks since he came back from that strange and terrible journey through space and time. Sometimes, in his sleep, he dreams about it and goes through in imagination the whole of that fearsome happening. When he wakes, his thoughts dwell upon it. That sun, those suns, were they indeed the great central suns around which the whole universe of the unknown heavens revolves? Who shall say? And the bright globules floating forever in the light of the green sun, and the sea of sleep on which they float. How unbelievable it all is. If it were not for Pepper, he should, even after the many extraordinary things that he has witnessed, be inclined to imagine that it was but a gigantic dream. Then there is that dreadful dark nebula with its multitudes of red spheres, moving always within the shadow of the dark sun, sweeping along on its stupendous orbit, wrapped eternally in gloom. And the faces that peered out at him. God, do they and does such a thing really exist? There is still that little heap of gray ash on his study floor. He will not have it touched. At times, when he is calmer, he has wondered what became of the outer planets of the solar system. It has occurred to him that they may have broken loose from the sun's attraction and whirled away into space. This is, of course, only a surmise. There are so many things about which he wonders. Now that he is writing, let him record that he is certain there is something horrible about to happen. Last night, a thing occurred which has filled him with an even greater terror than did the pit fear. He will write it down now, and if anything more happens, endeavor to make a note of it at once. He has a feeling that there is more in this last affair than in all those others. He is shaky and nervous even now as he writes. Somehow, he thinks death is not very far away.
Not that he fears death, as death is understood, yet there is that in the air which bids him fear, an intangible, cold horror. He felt it last night. It was thus. Last night he was sitting here in his study, writing. The door leading into the garden was half open. At times, the metallic rattle of a dog's chain sounded faintly. It belongs to the dog he has bought since Pepper's death. He will not have him in the house, not after Pepper. Still, he has felt it better to have a dog about the place. They are wonderful creatures. He was much engrossed in his work, and the time passed quickly. Suddenly, he heard a soft noise on the path outside in the garden. Pad, 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 it went, with a stealthy, curious sound. He sat upright with a quick movement and looked out through the opened door. Again the noise came, pad, pad, pad. It appeared to be approaching. With a slight feeling of nervousness, he stared into the gardens, but the night hid everything. Then the dog gave a long howl, and he started. For a minute, perhaps, he peered intently, but could hear nothing. After a little, he picked up the pen which he had laid down and recommenced his work. The nervous feeling had gone, for he imagined that the sound he had heard was nothing more than the dog walking around his kennel at the length of his chain. A quarter of an hour may have passed. Then, all at once, the dog howled again, and with such a plaintively sorrowful note that he jumped to his feet, dropping his pen and inking the page on which he was at work. "Curse that dog," he muttered, noting what he had done. Then, even as he said the words, there sounded again that queer pad, pad, pad. It was horribly close, almost by the door, he thought. He knew now that it could not be the dog. His chain would not allow him to come so near. The dog's growl came again, and he noted subconsciously the taint of fear in it. Outside, on the windowsill, he could see Tip, his sister's pet cat. As he looked, it sprang to its feet, its tail swelling visibly. For an instant it stood thus, seeming to stare fixedly at something in the direction of the door. Then quickly it began to back along the sill, until reaching the wall at the end, it could go no further. There it stood rigid, as though frozen, in an extraordinary attitude of terror. Frightened and puzzled, he seized a stick from the corner and went toward the door silently, taking one of the candles with him. He had come to within a few paces of it when suddenly a peculiar sense of fear thrilled through him, a fear palpitant and real, whence he knew not, nor why. So great was the feeling of terror that he wasted no time but retreated straightway, walking backward and keeping his gaze fearfully on the door. He would have given much to rush at it, fling it to, and shoot the bolts, for he has had it repaired and strengthened so that now it is far stronger than it ever has been. Like Tip, he continued his almost unconscious progress backward until the wall brought him up. At that, he started nervously and glanced apprehensively. As he did so, his eyes dwelt momentarily on the rack of firearms, and he took a step toward them, but stopped with a curious feeling that they would be needless. Outside, in the gardens, the dog moaned strangely. Suddenly, from the cat, came a fierce, long screech. He glanced jerkily in its direction. Something luminous and ghostly encircled it and grew upon his vision. It resolved into a glowing hand, transparent, with a lambent greenish flame flickering over it. The cat gave a last awful caterwaul, and he saw it smoke and blaze. His breath came with a gasp, and he leaned against the wall. Over that part of the window spread a smudge, green and fantastic. It hid him from it, though the glare of fire shone through dully. A stench of burning stole into the room. Pad, pad, pad. Something passed down the garden path, and a faint moldy odor seemed to come in through the open door and mingle with the burnt smell. The dog had been silent for a few moments. Now he heard him yowl sharply, as though in pain. Then he was quiet, save for an occasional subdued whimper of fear. A minute went by. Then the gate on the west side of the gardens slammed distantly. After that, nothing, not even the dog's whine. He must have stood there some minutes. Then a fragment of courage stole into his heart, and he made a frightened rush at the door, dashed it to, and bolted it. After that, for a full half-hour, he sat helpless, staring rigidly before him. Slowly, his life came back into him, and he made his way shakily upstairs to bed. That is all.
Chapter 25. The Thing from the Arena. This morning, early, he went through the gardens but found everything as usual. Near the door, he examined the path for footprints, yet here again there was nothing to tell him whether or not he dreamed last night. It was only when he came to speak to the dog that he discovered tangible proof that something did happen. When he went to his kennel, he kept inside, crouching up in one corner, and he had to coax him to get him out. When finally he consented to come, it was in a strangely cowed and subdued manner. As he patted him, his attention was attracted to a greenish patch on his left flank. On examining it, he found that the fur and skin had been apparently burnt off, for the flesh showed raw and scorched. The shape of the mark was curious, reminding him of the imprint of a large talon or hand. He stood up thoughtful. His gaze wandered toward the study window. The rays of the rising sun shimmered on the smoky patch in the lower corner, causing it to fluctuate from green to red oddly. Ah, that was undoubtedly another proof, and suddenly the horrible thing he saw last night rose in his mind. He looked at the dog again. He knew the cause now of that hateful-looking wound on his side. He knew also that what he had seen last night had been a real happening, and a great discomfort filled him. Pepper, Tip, and now this poor animal. He glanced at the dog again and noticed that he was licking at his wound. "Poor brute," he muttered, and bent to pat his head. At that he got upon his feet, nosing and licking his hand wistfully. Presently he left him, having other matters to which to attend. After dinner he went to see him again. He seemed quiet and disinclined to leave his kennel. From his sister he has learnt that he has refused all food today. She appeared a little puzzled when she told him, though quite unsuspicious of anything of which to be afraid. The day has passed uneventfully enough. After tea, he went again to have a look at the dog. He seemed moody and somewhat restless, yet persisted in remaining in his kennel. Before locking up for the night, he moved his kennel out away from the wall so that he shall be able to watch it from the small window tonight. The thought came to him to bring him into the house for the night, but consideration has decided him to let him remain out. He cannot say that the house is in any degree less to be feared than the gardens. Pepper was in the house, and yet... It is now 2 o'clock. Since 8 he has watched the kennel from the small side window in his study, yet nothing has occurred, and he is too tired to watch longer. He will go to bed. During the night he was restless. This is unusual for him, but toward morning he obtained a few hours' sleep. He rose early, and after breakfast visited the dog. He was quiet but morose, and refused to leave his kennel. He wishes there was some horse doctor near here. He would have the poor brute looked to. All day he has taken no food, but has shown an evident desire for water, lapping it up greedily. He was relieved to observe this. The evening has come, and he is in his study. He intends to follow his plan of last night and watch the kennel. The door leading into the garden is bolted securely. He is consciously glad there are bars to the windows. Night. Midnight has gone. The dog has been silent up to the present. Through the side window on his left, he can make out dimly the outlines of the kennel. For the first time, the dog moves, and he hears the rattle of his chain. He looks quickly. As he stares, the dog moves again restlessly, and he sees a small patch of luminous light shine from the interior of the kennel.
It vanishes, then the dog stirs again, and once more the gleam comes. He is puzzled. The dog is quiet, and he can see the luminous thing plainly. It shows distinctly. There is something familiar about the shape of it. For a moment he wonders, then it comes to him that it is not unlike the 4 fingers and thumb of a hand. Like a hand, and he remembers the contour of that fearsome wound on the dog's side. It must be the wound he sees. It is luminous at night. Why? The minutes pass. His mind is filled with this fresh thing. Suddenly he hears a sound out in the gardens. How it thrills through him. It is approaching. Pad, pad, pad. A prickly sensation traverses his spine and seems to creep across his scalp. The dog moves in his kennel and whimpers frightenedly. He must have turned around, for now he can no longer see the outline of his shining wound. Outside, the gardens are silent once more, and he listens fearfully. A minute passes, and another. Then he hears the padding sound again. It is quite close, and appears to be coming down the graveled path. The noise is curiously measured and deliberate. It ceases outside the door, and he rises to his feet and stands motionless. From the door comes a slight sound. The latch is being slowly raised. A singing noise is in his ears, and he has a sense of pressure about the head. The latch drops with a sharp click into the catch. The noise startles him afresh, jarring horribly on his tense nerves. After that, he stands for a long while amid an ever-growing quietness. All at once his knees begin to tremble, and he has to sit quickly. An uncertain period of time passes, and gradually he begins to shake off the feeling of terror that has possessed him. Yet still he sits. He seems to have lost the power of movement. He is strangely tired and inclined to doze. His eyes open and close, and presently he finds himself falling asleep and waking in fits and starts. It is some time later that he is sleepily aware that one of the candles is guttering. When he wakes again, it has gone, and the room is very dim under the light of the one remaining flame. The semi-darkness troubles him little. He has lost that awful sense of dread, and his only desire seems to be sleep. Sleep. Suddenly, although there is no noise, he is awake, wide awake. He is acutely conscious of the nearness of some mystery, of some overwhelming presence. The very air seems pregnant with terror. He sits huddled and just listens intently. Still there is no sound. Nature herself seems dead. Then the oppressive stillness is broken by a little eldritch scream of wind that sweeps around the house and dies away remotely. He let his gaze wander across the half-lighted room. By the great clock in the far corner is a dark, tall shadow. For a short instant he stares frightenedly. Then he sees that it is nothing and is momentarily relieved. In the time that follows, the thought flashes through his brain, why not leave this house of mystery and terror? Then, as though in answer, sweeps up across his sight a vision of the wondrous sea of sleep, the sea of sleep where she and he have been allowed to meet after the years of separation and sorrow, and he knows that he shall stay on here whatever happens. Through the side window he notes the somber blackness of the night. His glance wanders away and around the room, resting on one shadowy object and another. Suddenly he turns and looks at the window on his right. As he does so, he breathes quickly and bends forward with a frightened gaze at something outside the window, but close to the bars. He is looking at a vast, misty swine face over which fluctuates a flamboyant flame of a greenish hue. It is the thing from the arena. The quivering mouth seems to drip with a continual phosphorescent slaver. The eyes are staring straight into the room with an inscrutable expression. Thus he sits, rigidly, frozen. The thing has begun to move. It is turning slowly in his direction. Its face is coming around toward him. It sees him. Two huge, inhumanly human eyes are looking through the dimness at him. He is cold with fear. Yet even now he is keenly conscious and notes in an irrelevant way that the distant stars are blotted out by the mass of the giant face. A fresh horror has come to him. He is rising from his chair without the least intention. He is on his feet, and something is impelling him towards the door that leads out into the gardens. He wishes to stop, but cannot. Some immutable power is opposed to his will, and he goes slowly forward, unwilling and resistant. His glance flies around the room helplessly and stops at the window. The great swine face has disappeared, and he hears again that stealthy pad, pad, pad. It stops outside the door towards which he is being compelled. There succeeds a short, intense silence. Then there comes a sound. It is the rattle of the latch being slowly lifted. At that he is filled with desperation. He will not go forward another step. He makes a vast effort to return, but it is as though he presses back on an invisible wall. He groans out loud in the agony of his fear, and the sound of his voice is frightening. Again comes that rattle, and he shivers clammily. He tries, fights and struggles to hold back, but it is no use.
He is at the door, and in a mechanical way, he watches his hand go forward to undo the topmost bolt. It does so entirely without his volition. Even as he reaches up toward the bolt, the door is violently shaken, and he gets a sickly whiff of moldy air which seems to drive in through the interstices of the doorway. He draws the bolt back slowly, fighting dumbly the while. It comes out of its socket with a click, and he begins to shake aguishly. There are two more, one at the bottom of the door, the other a massive affair placed about the middle. For perhaps a minute he stands with his arms hanging slackly by his sides. The influence to meddle with the fastenings of the door seems to have gone. All at once there comes the sudden rattle of iron at his feet. He glances down quickly and realizes with an unspeakable terror that his foot is pushing back the lower bolt. An awful sense of helplessness assails him. The bolt comes out of its hold with a slight ringing sound, and he staggers on his feet, grasping at the great central bolt for support. A minute passes, an eternity, then another. My God, help me! He is being forced to work upon the last fastening. He will not. Better to die than open to the terror that is on the other side of the door. Is there no escape? God help him, he has jerked the bolt half out of its socket. His lips emit a hoarse scream of terror. The bolt is 3 parts drawn now, and still his unconscious hands work towards his doom. Only a fraction of steel between his soul and that. Twice he screams out in the supreme agony of his fear. Then, with a mad effort, he tears his hands away. His eyes seem blinded. A great blackness is falling upon him. Nature has come to his rescue. He feels his knees giving. There is a loud, quick thudding upon the door, and he is falling. He must have lain there at least a couple of hours. As he recovers, he is aware that the other candle has burnt out, and the room is in an almost total darkness. He cannot rise to his feet, for he is cold and filled with a terrible cramp. Yet his brain is clear, and there is no longer the strain of that unholy influence. Cautiously, he gets upon his knees and feels for the central bolt. He finds it and pushes it securely back into its socket, then the one at the bottom of the door. By this time, he is able to rise to his feet and so manage to secure the fastening at the top. After that, he goes down upon his knees again and creeps away among the furniture in the direction of the stairs. By doing this, he is safe from observation from the window. He reaches the opposite door, and as he leaves the study, casts one nervous glance over his shoulder toward the window. Out in the night, he seems to catch a glimpse of something impalpable, but it may be only a fancy. Then he is in the passage and on the stairs. Reaching his bedroom, he clambers into bed, all clothed as he is, and pulls the bedclothes over him. There, after a while, he begins to regain a little confidence.
It is impossible to sleep, but he is grateful for the added warmth of the bedclothes. Presently, he tries to think over the happenings of the past night, but though he cannot sleep, he finds that it is useless to attempt consecutive thought. His brain seems curiously blank. Toward morning, he begins to toss uneasily. He cannot rest, and after a while he gets out of bed and paces the floor. The wintry dawn is beginning to creep through the windows and shows the bare discomfort of the old room. Strange that through all these years it has never occurred to him how dismal the place really is. And so a time passes. From somewhere downstairs a sound comes up to him. He goes to the bedroom door and listens. It is Mary, bustling about the great old kitchen getting the breakfast ready. He feels little interest. He is not hungry. His thoughts, however, continue to dwell upon her. How little the weird happenings in this house seem to trouble her. Except in the incident of the pit creatures, she has seemed unconscious of anything unusual occurring. She is old, like himself, yet how little they have to do with one another. Is it because they have nothing in common, or only that, being old, they care less for society than quietness? These and other matters pass through his mind as he meditates and help to distract his attention for a while from the oppressive thoughts of the night. After a time, he goes to the window and, opening it, looks out. The sun is now above the horizon, and the air, though cold, is sweet and crisp. Gradually his brain clears, and a sense of security for the time being comes to him. Somewhat happier, he goes downstairs and out into the garden to have a look at the dog. As he approaches the kennel, he is greeted by the same moldy stench that assailed him at the door last night. Shaking off a momentary sense of fear, he calls to the dog, but he takes no heed, and after calling once more, he throws a small stone into the kennel. At this, he moves uneasily, and he shouts his name again, but does not go closer. Presently, his sister comes out and joins him in trying to coax him from the kennel. In a little, the poor beast rises and shambles out, lurching queerly. In the daylight, he stands swaying from side to side and blinking stupidly. He looks and notes that the horrid wound is larger, much larger, and seems to have a whitish fungoid appearance. His sister moves to fondle him, but he detains her and explains that he thinks it will be better not to go too near him for a few days, as it is impossible to tell what may be the matter with him, and it is well to be cautious. A minute later she leaves him, coming back with a basin of odd scraps of food. This she places on the ground near the dog, and he pushes it into his reach with the aid of a branch broken from one of the shrubs. Yet though the meat should be tempting, he takes no notice of it, but retires to his kennel. There is still water in his drinking vessel, so after a few moments of talk, they go back to the house. He can see that his sister is much puzzled as to what the matter is with the animal, yet it would be madness even to hint the truth to her. The day slips away uneventfully, and night comes on. He has determined to repeat his experiment of last night. He cannot say that it is wisdom, yet his mind is made up. Still, however, he has taken precautions, for he has driven stout nails in at the back of each of the 3 bolts that secure the door opening from the study into the gardens. This will at least prevent a recurrence of the danger he ran last night. From 10 to about 2:30 he watches, but nothing occurs, and finally he stumbles off to bed, where he is soon asleep.
Chapter 26. The Luminous Speck. He awakes suddenly. It is still dark. He turns over once or twice in his endeavors to sleep again, but he cannot sleep. His head is aching slightly, and by turns he is hot and cold. In a little he gives up the attempt and stretches out his hand for the matches. He will light his candle and read a while. Perhaps he shall be able to sleep after a time. For a few moments he gropes, then his hand touches the box, but as he opens it, he is startled to see a phosphorescent speck of fire shining amid the darkness. He puts out his other hand and touches it. It is on his wrist.
With a feeling of vague alarm, he strikes a light hurriedly and looks, but can see nothing save a tiny scratch. "Fancy," he mutters with a half-sigh of relief. Then the match burns his finger, and he drops it quickly. As he fumbles for another, the thing shines out again. He knows now that it is no fancy. This time he lights the candle and examines the place more closely. There is a slight greenish discoloration around the scratch. He is puzzled and worried. Then a thought comes to him. He remembers the morning after the thing appeared. He remembers that the dog licked his hand. It was this one with the scratch on it, though he has not been even conscious of the abasement until now. A horrible fear has come to him. It creeps into his brain. The dog's wound shines at night. With a dazed feeling, he sits down on the side of the bed and tries to think, but cannot. His brain seems numbed with the sheer horror of this new fear. Time moves on unheeded. Once he rouses up and tries to persuade himself that he is mistaken, but it is no use. In his heart, he has no doubt. Hour after hour, he sits in the darkness and silence and shivers hopelessly. The day has come and gone, and it is night again. This morning early, he shot the dog and buried it away among the bushes. His sister is startled and frightened, but he is desperate. Besides, it is better so. The foul growth had almost hidden its left side, and the place on his wrist, has enlarged perceptibly. Several times he has caught himself muttering prayers, little things learnt as a child. God Almighty, God help him, he shall go mad. 6 days, and he has eaten nothing. It is night. He is sitting in his chair. Ah, God! He wonders, have any ever felt the horror of life that he has come to know? He is swathed in terror. He feels ever the burning of this dread growth. It has covered all his right arm and side, and is beginning to creep up his neck. Tomorrow it will eat into his face. He shall become a terrible mass of living corruption. There is no escape. Yet a thought has come to him, born of the sight of the gun rack on the other side of the room. He has looked again with the strangest of feelings. The thought grows upon him. God, thou knowest, thou must know that death is better, aye, better 1,000 times than this. Jesus, forgive him, but he cannot live, cannot. He dares not. He is beyond all help. There is nothing else left. It will at least spare him that final horror. He thinks he must have been dozing. He is very weak, and oh, so miserable and tired. The rustle of the paper tries his brain. His hearing seems preternaturally sharp. He will sit a while and think. Hush! He hears something down in the cellars. It is a creaking sound. My God, it is the opening of the great oak trap. What can be doing that? The scratching of his pen deafens him. He must listen. There are steps on the stairs, strange, padding steps that come up and nearer. Jesus, be merciful to him, an old man. There is something fumbling at the door handle. Oh God, help him now. Jesus, the door is opening, slowly. Something... That is all. What are we to make of this strange and terrible narrative? Is it the record of genuine experiences, or the elaborate fantasy of a mind unhinged by solitude and fear? The manuscript offers no easy answers, and perhaps that is as it should be. For the house on the borderland stands, in the end, not merely as a physical structure of stone and timber, but as a symbol of that liminal space where the known world touches upon mysteries beyond our comprehension. The old recluse who lived there was no ordinary man. Through whatever combination of sensitivity and chance, he found himself able to perceive what remains hidden from most of humanity, the vast cycles of cosmic time, the persistence of ancient powers, the possibility of love surviving even the death of the body and the dissolution of the material world. His journey through the plane of silence, his vision of the arena with its watching gods, his passage through the end of the solar system, and his return to the sea of sleep, these experiences expand our conception of what reality might contain, even as they challenge our capacity to believe. Yet for all its cosmic scope, the story remains grounded in particularities that lend it authenticity. The affection between the narrator and his dog, Pepper, rendered with touching detail. The complex relationship with his sister, Mary, marked by protectiveness and incomprehension. The mundane routines of meals and reading, of checking doors and loading guns. These details anchor the fantastic elements in a recognizable human reality, making the intrusions of the uncanny all the more disturbing. The Swine-Things themselves embody a particular quality of horror that deserves attention. They are not merely beasts, nor are they fully demonic in the traditional sense. Rather, they represent something intelligent yet inhuman, capable of purpose and coordination, yet utterly alien to human values and human dignity. Their porcine appearance suggests a degradation of the human form, a mockery of our self-importance as rational creatures. That they emerge from a pit beneath the house connects them to ancient mythologies of underworld powers, of chthonic forces that seep upward through the cracks in our ordered world. But the deepest horror of the narrative may lie not in any particular creature or event, but in its revelation of time's true nature. The extended vision of the Earth's final days, of the sun's death, and the coming of the green sun, places human concerns in a perspective that renders them almost infinitely small. Yet paradoxically, it is precisely in this cosmic context that the narrator's love for his lost companion gains its greatest poignancy. Against the vastness of stellar evolution, against the cold mathematics of orbital decay, the persistence of human affection becomes almost miraculous, a small flame of meaning in an otherwise indifferent universe. The manuscript's conclusion, breaking off as something enters from the cellars, suggests that no amount of cosmic knowledge provides protection against immediate physical threat. The narrator who has witnessed the end of worlds is defeated by something that crawls in darkness, that burns with sickly green fire, that transforms living flesh into luminous corruption. This final irony may be the most terrible element of all, that transcendence and immanence, the cosmic and the immediate, can coexist and interact in ways that defy our desire for coherent narrative. William Hope Hodgson, who presented this manuscript to the world in 1908, went on to write other tales of cosmic horror and maritime adventure before his death in the First World War. But nowhere else did he achieve quite the same combination of domestic realism and visionary expansion, of human tenderness and inhuman dread. The House on the Borderland remains unique in the literature of the fantastic, a work that genuinely earns its title by standing permanently at the edge of what we can know and accept. For the modern listener, this narrative offers both historical interest and contemporary relevance. Its concerns with the nature of time, with the possibility of consciousness surviving bodily death, with the existence of dimensions beyond our perceptual access, these remain live questions in physics and philosophy. Its depiction of isolation and psychological strain speaks to an age of increasing solitude and technological mediation, and its ultimate affirmation of love's persistence, even in the face of cosmic indifference, offers a kind of hope that needs no supernatural validation to be meaningful. The house itself, if it ever existed in more than the narrator's experience, is gone now, swallowed by the pit that gave it its name. But the borderland remains, the threshold between what we know and what we sense but cannot prove. Each of us inhabits such a house in some sense, poised between the familiar and the unknown, the daylight world of ordinary concerns and the night country of dreams and fears. Listen, then, for the sounds in the cellars. Watch for the lights that burn with colors not found in nature, and remember that love, like the narrator's for his lost companion, may be the one force capable of bridging the vast distances between souls, between worlds, between the living and the dead. In a universe of entropy and dissolution, such connections are themselves a kind of miracle, a green star shining across the darkness, promising that even at the end of all things, something of us may yet persist, may yet find its way to the shores of that silent sea, where all sorrows are finally comforted and all separations ended.